All right, y'all. Hello, my heathens. Welcome in. Do you got to go sadly? Bad connection. Oh, no. Shit, bro. Good luck with your connection, Umbrai. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I am both excited and terrified. I feel like I'm back at school, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like I'm getting in front of the classroom about to give a presentation. But I'm super excited about this one. I worked really hard. So I hope everything goes really well. Hope you guys like it. Love the armor. Thank you. Yeah, Araguma did an amazing job at rendering the armor. He's really good with metal. So I always recommend Araguma for anybody who wants, like, anything metal. Like, if you're wanting armor or anything for your model, Araguma's the dude you need to go to, bro. Hold on, let me give you guys just a quick little looky. See the wings, all the armor. It's great, honestly. Oh, but yeah. So I don't know about you. I know we're here for some true crime. Now, I'm gonna say, right? I'm gonna give a bit of a disclaimer. If you don't like hearing about gory stuff, anything like that, you might want to click out of here. I'm going to give more disclaimers as we go along, but this is the start. Too revealing for your liking. I mean, to each their own. I'm loving it. All right, let's get over to my live screen. No wings, no fire. I am way over in the corner. What the hell? All right. Now, I might end up... There we go. Sorry, I got really small for a second there. So I'm going to put on a display, no, scene capture, probably, for this one. If I can find it. Hello, window capture, window capture. Window capture's the one. Why isn't it not? Hello? That's not the one I want you to capture, sir. Like, it kind of is, but it's not at the same time. That one? No. That one, no. That one, no. Why are they all different? No. What the hell? Am I gonna have to do a scene capture? Or like a screen capture? Hold on. I don't want to have to, but I will if I have to. Hold on. We'll just do a display capture. Yep, we're doing slides. For Bonnie and Clyde. It's mostly going to be a me chatty thing. So if there's anything like you want to do in the background, it's not necessarily a watching me stream. You can, 100%. I'm going to have slides. But definitely not necessary. All right, let's see if I can get the right screen. Yeah. There we go. There we go. All right. So we're going to be talking about Bonnie and Clyde today. Obviously, America's most infamous duo, right? In all true crime I've seen, don't think I've actually seen much about Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, interesting. Well, we're in for it then. Okay. So, moving full in with the disclaimers. All right. Full in with the disclaimers. The content of this case file contains topic that may be triggering to some viewers. Trigger warnings of talks of death, murder, SA, graphic depictions of violence and crime and injury. If any of these topics are triggering to you, please, I beg you, click away. Take care of your well-being and your mentality. It's very important to you. Now, if anybody clicks away, I totally understand. Do not feel pressured at all to stick around if you don't think you can handle. So, that being said, we're going to move on to Bonnie, right? We're going to move on to Bonnie first and foremost, right? So, I'm going to start off talking about Bonnie and Clyde's as they were back before they met, how they met, and then go from there. So it's going to be a bit of a one. Charles Robert Parker was born in 1884. He met and then later married a woman by the name of Emma Cross. They were your run-of-the-mill family born in the early 1900s. He was a bricklayer. Nothing really fancy, but, you know, he paid the bills. He made good living with it. Emma was able to be a housemaker. She took care of the kids. They had multiple. Cooley, who unfortunately died of SIDS in 1905. Hubert Nicholas, also known as Buster, born December 20th, 1908. And obviously, Bonnie Elizabeth Parker, born October 1st, 1910, in Emma's hometown of Rowena, Texas. One fateful day in 1914, the Parker family got a knock on the door that would change their lives forever. Emma opened the door and knew exactly what was about to happen before the men could utter a word. "I'm sorry, Miss Parker, but your husband, Charles, died today in an accident in the construction site." Like, I can't even begin to express how devastating that must have been. Like, I know many people have heard these or similar words before, and my heart goes out to everybody who's ever had that knock on the door. Emma, she was now a widow. She was a widow who had been a homemaker her entire, like, married life. She probably never had a job. She never really needed to. Charles paid the bills. Now she was left with nothing. She had kids to feed. So she did the only thing she could think to do. She moved back with her family in 1920 back to Rowena, Texas. Moved in with her mom, Mary, who was also recently widowed. Her father passed away a year prior due to cancer. So it was just the two widowers trying to figure out how to make ends meet with these kids. Now, to be fair, I don't want to put words in people's mouths. I don't know how she was feeling at the time. But I would like to imagine that Mary's mom, or that Mary, was probably happy to have her daughter and her grandkids back home. I mean, she was grieving, and so was her daughter, so was the kids. But if you think about it, she had been married for so long, her husband. And whenever you lose somebody that's been your life partner for that long, the quiet of a house with the kids gone, the grandkids gone, now your husband gone, it's suffocating. At least with all of her family that she had left under one roof, there was noise, there was sounds, there was stuff that they could focus on. And then they could help each other grieve, you know? Emma ended up taking up a job as a seamstress. I'm assuming, but I don't know for sure, that Emma took care of the kids, or that Mary took care of the kids, her grandkids, while Emma was working. It was one of the few jobs that was seen as women's work back in the day, and it helped keep a roof over the family's heads, foods in the mouths, paid for her children's education. And speaking of education, that's something that Bonnie was really good at. Bonnie was so bright. She always kept high grades, and she was really, really good with literature. She was super involved with poetry, writing, reading. Like, she was all into it. Particularly romance novels. She'd get lost in tales of knights in shining armor, rescuing the damsel in distress, the rough and tough bad boys, whisking girls away to exciting journeys. And when Bonnie was in high school, she ran into her bad boy. His name was Roy Thornton. Roy was a bit of a bad boy, but not too bad. He was into mischief, but nothing major, at least at first. They got to talking, and they hit it off very quickly. Bonnie ended up dropping out of high school and got married to Roy very early. I think they were married in September 25th, 1926, which just so happened to be 6 days before Bonnie's 16th birthday. Bonnie was so infatuated that she ended up getting a tattoo just above her right knee that read Roy and Bonnie. Now, mind you, this was back before women could even vote. So her getting a tattoo, that was pretty big. That was a pretty big act of rebellion back then. But Bonnie got a job working as a waitress at a place called Marco's Cafe in Dallas. She worked there until it eventually closed down in November of 1929. It was during this time that she was able to begin Wait. No, it was at this time that she began to see what being with a man who had a knack for getting in trouble was really like. You see, Roy started getting into some bad stuff. He started getting into scrapes with the law, in and out of jail, that kind of thing. But during his time away, she started getting into journaling, probably to put down her feelings because she was alone a lot. She dropped out of high school, and her love of her life, this man that she married, thought she was going to live the rest of her life with, was in and out. She was alone. She didn't know what else to do, so she started journaling. Yo, Canes, welcome in. I did. We did say some true crime. She had an ambition to leave Dallas, and she ended up getting into photography as well. But what she didn't know is that she was about to get what she asked for, but not necessarily in the way she expected. See, one of Bonnie's journal entries, which I was able to find, said, "Dear Diary, before opening this year's diary, I wish to tell you that I have a roaming husband with a roaming mind. We are separated again for the third and last time. The first time, August 9th, 1927, and the second time, October 1st, mind you, that is her birthday, 1927. And the third time, December 1927. I love him very much, and I miss him terribly, but I intend doing my duty. I am not going to take him back. I am running around with Rosa Mary Judy, and she is somewhat a consolation to me. We have resolved this New Year's to take no man and nothing seriously. Let all men go to hell. But we are not going to sit back and let this world sweep us by. January 1st, 1928, New Year's night, midnight, the bells are ringing. The old year has gone, and my heart has gone with it. I have been the happiest and the most miserable woman last year. I wish the old year would have taken my past with it. I mean, all of my memories. But I can't forget Roy. I am very blue tonight. No word from him. I feel he has gone for good. This is New Year's Day, January 1st. I went to a show, saw Ken Maynard in the Overland stage, and very blue. Well, I must confess this New Year's night, I got drunk trying to forget, drowning my sorrows in a bottled hell. January 2nd, 1928, met Rosa Mary today, and we went to a show, saw Ronald Coleman and Vilma Banky in A Night of Love. Sure was a good show. Saw Scotty and gave him the air. He's a pain in the neck to me. Came home at 5:30, went to bed at 10:30. Sure am lonesome. Bonnie tried to forget how blue she was. Going out mostly every night to see shows. In her diary, she also mentioned going out to see Framed, starring Milton Stills, Afraid to Love, starring Clive Brooke and Florence Vidar, Marriage, starring Virginia Hivilla, and The Primrose Path, starring Clara Bow. Roy did eventually return home in 1929, but by then Bonnie was 18, and she stayed true to her word. She sent him on his way. Roy later went on to rob a store and, because of his colorful past, ended up with 5 years in prison. After his sentencing, Bonnie moved back to be with her mom and took up another waitressing position. This particular place she worked at tended to be a hangout for law enforcement. She got to know the regulars fairly well, including a man by the name of Ted Hinton. My bad. Remember Ted Hinton. He'll be important later. Oh, shit. I completely passed by some of these slides. My bad. I got too involved with the freaking... Anyway. We'll start with Clyde. Moving on to Clyde. I'm gonna have to remember these fucking slides, bro. Alright. Henry Basil Barrow was born in Alabama, January 10th, 1874. His wife, Comey Walker, was born August of that same year. The two met and married December 5th, 1891, and became poor farmers in Ellis County, Texas, somewhere in the southeast of Dallas, where they went on to have 7 children. 7 children. I can't even imagine, bro. I can't, bro. 7 kids. It's like listening to a calming podcast. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, 7 kids. Elvin Wilson Barrow, Artie Adel Barrow, Marvin Evan Barrow, also known as Buck. Remember that name. You'll need it later. Neville May Barrow, Clyde Chestnut Barrow, Elsie Barrow, and Lillian Mary Barrow. Seven kids. 9 mouths to feed. Bro. Anyway. So, during this time, there was a massive poverty problem. What's up, Jonathan? Welcome in, my dude. Many families struggled to make a living off the land, and it eventually got to a point where the Barrow family had to admit that they couldn't survive like this anymore. In the early 1920s, Henry and Comey packed up everything of value that they owned, along with their 7 children, into the back of a wagon and began a trip to the city of Dallas. Now, this was a part of a large migration back in the time. It was not just them. There were many other families who were struggling with farming and poverty, and they all hoped that going to Dallas would help them. So, as you might guess, because of this huge migration of poverty-stricken farmers into the large city of Dallas, it ended up causing a bit of a slum to form, right? It was like in the western part of Dallas, where there was a bunch of these people just hanging around in carts and tents, nowhere to go, not like trying desperately to survive any way that they could. Pussy, what the fuck? Pussy, welcome in. I appreciate you. What the fuck was that? Anyway, they ended up settling into a slum in the western part of Dallas. They lived under their cart for months until they were able to save up enough money to buy a tent. Can you imagine 9 people trying to fit in this tent? And that was their luxury. This tent was a luxury for them at the time because they were under a cart before that. 2 adults, 7 kids, and their luxury was just having a tent to live in. The kids ended up learning very quickly that they had to do some unsavory things in order to help their parents and the younger children to survive. Clyde being one of them. He got into some petty theft at an early age, doing what he could to help the family, and likely grew used to it over time. He was a minor, got off on with a slap on the wrist most of the time, but the law has its limits, and that's usually around your adult birthday, unfortunately. So in late 1926, when Clyde was 17, he rented a car and decided to, not return it. The rental company obviously contacted the police about the issue, and when they went to confront Clyde, he tried to run, but he didn't make it very far. That's where he found out that the law was tired of his bullshit. It was the first time that he saw the inside of a jail cell. Oh shit. We got an ad break time over on Twitch. So if you are over on YouTube or on Kick, take a minute, let everything sink in. I'm going to take a drink of tea. I'm already ahead of you, holy shit, bells. And stretch and hydrate. I'm working on it. I got me some lemon honey tea because I knew I was going to be yapping a bunch today. Like a bunch today. Oh. All right, got that stretch. Got that hydrate. The boy stole a car and stealing turkeys. Well, yeah. Twitch can wait. Look, man. To be fair, you were in Twitch. You're on Twitch. Oh my god, what the hell? There we go. Okay, we're back from the ad break now. Anyway, not long after he went to jail for the first time for stealing the car, Clyde and his brother Buck, again, remember that name, you're gonna need it for later, were caught with stolen turkeys and arrested. Now, I'm not sure the exact details about this particular heist. I wish I did, man. I'm assuming they were stolen from a butcher attempting to get food for the family. I guess they could have been live turkeys, which I'm also assuming was attempting to feed the family. But that would have been a hell of an interesting call to the police, especially if they were live turkeys. Can you imagine that 911 call of like, hey, these 2 kids just came and stole my turkeys. You're just gonna have to follow the gobbling. You'll find them eventually. What the fuck? Anyway, so after these brushes with the law, Clyde decided to find a more legal way to help support his family. He worked at a job from 1927 to 1929, but he ended up having to supplement with more petty thefts. This, unfortunately, led to him getting arrested multiple times during this period. Up until this point, it's pretty clear that Clyde was willing to do whatever he needed to in order to survive. But he was also fiercely protective and loyal to the people that he cared about. So, when one of his friends, Clarence Clay, broke her arm, and he didn't hesitate to do everything he could to help her out. He moved in, helped take care of her and the household. Clarence just so happened to also be friends with Bonnie at the time. So, naturally, hearing that her friend had broken her arm, Bonnie decided to come visit. It was on that fateful day, January of 1930, that the infamous couple first met. Other people in the house would later go on to describe it as intense, instantaneous bond. Soulmates locking eyes for the first time, and the two were inseparable from that point forward. Yes, it is about the Bonnie and Clyde. The Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie quickly learned that her new man was into similar extracurricular activities as her husband, who, mind you, at this point was still in jail and is, yes, still her husband because she never got divorced. Like, through this whole entire process, I want you to keep in mind that she never divorced her husband. She is still married to Roy. Right? She also wore her wedding band every day to her dying day. So she, just keep that in mind. So I don't know if she didn't file for divorce because of the implications back in the day, because this was still back in the day where we couldn't even vote, mind you. But I've also seen sources that kind of suggest she didn't really want to get divorced. I don't know. Don't really know. All I know is that a month after they met, Clyde found himself back in jail for robbery. Now, Clyde had probably become used to spending short stints of time in jail at this point. He'd been in and out of a lot of jails for different things, mostly thievery, nothing major. I am not sure the exact numbers, but it was a fair bit. This time, though, he had something that he hadn't had before. He had Bonnie. The two would constantly write to each other. In her letters, Bonnie would plead with him to stay out of trouble when he got back out. And it would make sense. Bonnie had been a good student in school, got herself involved with a criminal, and found out the hard way what that kind of life could lead to. She seemed to have the I can fix him mentality. Or at least that's what I would have said if it had ended there. Now, I'm going off the rails a little bit, mind me, but none of this backed by anything, none of what I'm about to say is backed by anything that I have found. So take this with a gigantic grain of salt and a disclaimer about me making assumptions about shit based on context clues. So I know that prisons usually tend to monitor incoming mail sent to inmates, right? They have for forever. Bonnie's smart. So is Clyde. And I know they've both been around the block before when it comes to the goings on of illegal activities. Bonnie never really participated, but she was married to the dude that was participating. So I'm sure she was well versed in stuff, right? So, yeah. I'm sure, my theory is that they knew their communications were being monitored. So I want to assume that they were probably relaying secret messages to one another, hidden within seemingly innocent chatter between a petty thief and his new girl, right? The only reason I say this is because Bonnie went from pleading with Clyde to go clean when he gets out to assisting in a prison break. So in early March of that same year, Bonnie smuggled a pistol, I don't know where the fuck she got it from, into the prison where Clyde was being held. She somehow managed to slip it to him without anybody realizing she had the damn thing to begin with, and just left Clyde to do his thing. Now, he did manage to successfully escape the prison with the help of Bonnie and the pistol that she gave him. But he was only out for about a month before they were able to recapture him. What's up, Weasel? Welcome in, my dude. Now, unfortunately for Clyde, the jailbreak made the law a lot less forgiving. They decided to put him somewhere a bit more protected. So on April 21st, 1930, he was sent to Eshtham Prison Farm. He was sent to the Eshtham Prison Farm in Crockett, Texas. Now, for anybody who doesn't know anything about Eshtham, which, mind you, I didn't know shit about Eshtham. I think I went too far. Hold on. No, go back. Yeah. Anyway, for those of you who don't know anything about Eshtham, which I didn't before this, so if you don't, that's understandable. Eshtham was a prison from hell, right? It had one of the worst reputations that a prison could have back in the day. It was infamous for its inhumane living conditions and the brutality of the guards that were working there. It wasn't the type of place that Clyde, like a petty criminal up until this point, was used to. It was a place where hardened criminals were sent and ruled with an iron fist of a cruel dictator of a warden. Clyde was forced to work on a chain gang. And if you don't know what a chain gang is, basically a chain gang was supposed to be a group of prisoners chained together, and they would be taken out of the prison and forced to do menial labor as a form of punishment and rehabilitation through community service, right? That's what it was supposed to be for. The but at Esham used them as basically slave labor. The guards would often punish inmates, mercilessly beating them if they couldn't keep up with their task, and it was grueling. So Clyde, I would assume, probably looked forward to the reprieve of being able to sleep at night. Oh, yo, Bullet, thank you for the follow. Appreciate ya. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. Welcome in. So I would assume Clyde looked forward to going into his cell that night and being able to sleep it off. It may have been a cot in a jail cell, but I mean, he lived in worse conditions. There was a point where he was living underneath. Thank you. Anyway, there was a point where he was living underneath a cart. So, I mean, it couldn't have been worse, right? Oh, excuse me. But as he was shown to the cell that he'd eventually call home for the next period of time, he was introduced to his bunkmate. Clyde was charming, good with people, so he probably wasn't too worried. But what he didn't know was that his bunkmate was a hardened criminal, and a violent one at that. Clyde spent any time he wasn't out with the chain gang being beaten and trigger warning, click away, brutally essayed by somebody he was locked in the same room with. After suffering endless days of abuse, Clyde finally broke. He enticed his cellmate into the showers with the promise of sex. Then he grabbed a metal pipe that he had snuck in and beat him to death with it. Sometime after that, he paid another prisoner to chop off 2 of his toes in order to get out of the chain gang. That's how bad the chain gangs were. He was willing to have somebody chop his toes off in order to not have to do it anymore. He was bandaged, walked out on crutches, but at least he was free from the abusive cellmate and the long, inhumane working conditions. For like a week. Because February 1932, a week maybe, if not less, after he paid someone to cut off his toes, he was paroled. So it did. It went wild very quickly. You are not wrong. The weight of the horrors he experienced inside forever changed him, leaving him burning with anger and a desire for revenge that weighed on his shoulders. One of his younger sisters, who later went to co-write a book with Bonnie's mother about the two's life, went on to talk about her memory of the day that he got out. She said that there's a new air about him, a funny sort of something I can't put my finger on. I'm afraid he's not going to go straight. And in 1970, a man by the name of Ralph Fultz, who had known Clyde during his time in prison, once said that Clyde changed from a friendly schoolboy to a rattlesnake on the inside of that prison. So, despite all of this, Clyde did make one final bit to get his life together. He got himself a job. He tried to keep his nose clean, but he suffered constant harassment from the police. Each run-in he had sparked his anger more and more until he couldn't take it anymore. He felt like they couldn't accept that he was actually trying to get his shit together. He was trying to not go back to that life. He saw what being in the big boy prison could do, and he didn't want to do that no more. But he was angry. He was angry that he went through all that abuse. He was angry that they wouldn't let him rehabilitate. And because of that, he ended up getting back into it. So he resolved to take his anger out on the Texas prison system, which led him to create something I'll refer to as the Borrow Gang. The Borrow Gang are a group of people that he got together in order to basically try and take on the Texas government, basically. So Bonnie was there for him. She was the first one. She was there whenever he got out of jail. She likely saw the change in him, the way that his sister had. I would like to think that because of their bond, Clyde would have confided in Bonnie about what happened. But even if he didn't, she was there. She was down. She was ready for whatever Clyde wanted to do. She was ride or die at that point. He and Bonnie they got together a bunch of people. Not like a bunch of people, but they got together some people. Starting with Ralph Fultz, who we mentioned earlier, and Ralph's partner in crime, Raymond Hamilton. The two men had met Clyde in jail, and they had also been heavily mistreated, so they were definitely up for taking some revenge on the Texas prison system. Words are hard. They began with a series of robberies, mainly stores and gas stations. The goal was to build up funds and an arsenal needed for their plan. However, on April 19th, Bonnie and Ralph were caught trying to rob a hardware store in Kaufman, Texas. And this was the first series of crimes that Bonnie had a hand in. It was also her first time seeing the inside of a jail cell. Up until that point, she'd been a pretty stand-up citizen. She minded her own business. A lot of the law enforcement officers in Dallas had seen her during their lunch breaks because she worked as a waitress in a very popular police hangout. She was left to cool off in jail for a couple of months to wait for her grand jury, and she spent her time reading and writing poetry, as was her usual. When her case fell into the lap of the grand jury, they threw it out with a slap on the wrist. Weren't too bothered by it. I mean, she was a stand-up citizen. They weren't going to throw the book at her just for a one-off. you know. Plus, she's a dame. Sexism, am I right? But anyway. Ralph, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He had a record. So when the case came up, he got convicted and sent right back to jail. With a little digging, I found out that he was sentenced to 10 years, but was granted a pardon in 1935. He didn't return to the Borrow Gang after being released, but that doesn't mean he kept his nose clean. That's a tangent for another day. We're not here for Ralph. We're here for Bonnie and Clyde. We'll get into that later. Maybe. Probably not. So, Clyde didn't handle Bonnie getting arrested well at all. Not 24 hours after her arrest, he and the rest of the Borrow Gang hit up a store in Hillsboro. They ended up killing the owner of the store, Mr. J.N. Butcher. His wife named Clyde as the shooter, even though he was supposedly the wheelman. Allegedly. My guess is that Clyde was trying to up the urgency in their supply collecting. At that point, they had no idea of knowing how long Bonnie was going to be in jail for, as she'd yet to have her trial. The plan probably shifted from raiding the prison that had mistreated Clyde to breaking Bonnie out of jail, but luckily that wasn't necessary. And also, I am just spitballing. That is just my assumption. Crosses assumption land all up in here. From what I could find, it seems like everything calmed down for a couple months after Bonnie returned. So they either decided to lay low for a little while, or they got better at hiding their shenanigans. Spoiler alert, they were not good at hiding their shenanigans. At all. Hold on. I forgot to move slides over. There we go. We'll be on this slide for a hot while. Oh no, not the Wi-Fi. Have you tried yelling at it? It works sometimes. Not really. It helps me sometimes. Like, it helps my soul. It gives me some cathartic release. Anyway. August 5th, Bonnie convinced the gang to head on over to Dallas so she could spend some time with her mom. It'd been a while, and she wanted to stop in, check how things was going. The boys complied, got everybody together, headed on over to Dallas, but they got a little bored while they were there. So Clyde, Raymond, and Ross Dyer. I'm not sure where the fuck Ross came from, by the way. I tried to find any source that would tell me where the fuck Ross came from, and I could not find anywhere. They just started randomly talking, like they just randomly started talking about Ross being in this situation, but not where the fuck he came from. Magic poofed in one day. Exactly. So there was a dude named Ross. Magic poofed into the situation. I don't know. They decided to take a trip down to Stringtown, Oklahoma, while Bonnie was chilling in Dallas, Texas. They crashed a county dance with some moonshine they'd managed to get their hands on, but didn't make too much of a spectacle of themselves, which was surprising for this bunch. Honestly, they always make a spectacle out of something. But for those of you who are a little rusty on your history, I want to make this perfectly clear as to why I'm highlighting the fact that they made this a BYOB event. This was in the 1930s and still in prohibition. So alcohol of any and every kind was illegal everywhere. So just them being there with the moonshine was enough to get the attention of the police officers that were there at the time. As a matter of fact, when Sheriff C.G. Maxwell and his partner, Deputy Eugene Moore, saw the crew drinking in the parking lot, they decided to have a chat with them. Now, I'm not sure if the sheriff and the deputy came in heated, or if the Barrow gang were just a little paranoid because they were a little sauced. Either way, it went south very quickly. The two officers probably weren't expecting the amount of firepower and sheer hatred for authority that Clyde and his crew had when they approached them. Like when they noticed the police approaching the vehicle, the gang opened fired. They just volleyed bullets in their direction. Oh, at break time. I get to drink more of my tea. The nice little stretchy going. How's it going, guys? How are you liking the true crime podcast so far? I worked really hard on these slideshows. Oh, hell. I worked really hard on them, and I'm noticing that there's weirdness with them. Yeah, well. I'll fix it in post. I'm not gonna fix it in post. Well, thank you. I will warn you, this is a really long one. I got on the sauce with this one. I am on page 10 out of 32 of my presentation, so good luck. We gonna be here a while. I hope you don't mind. Loving it so far. Nice. That's good. I've been throwing out a lot of names and a lot of dates, so I'm hoping it's not too much. You know what I mean? All right, cool. Thank you. All right, ads are over. Time to get back into it. All right. Where was I? So during the fire, like during the volley of bullets, Deputy Moore died on scene, and Sheriff Maxwell was heavily wounded, but ended up surviving somehow. This was a turning point for the group. Police tend to start paying a hell of a lot more attention when you kill one of their own. I wasn't going to add this in because, quite frankly, there's some debate on the authenticity, but some people say on October 11th, a man named Howard Hall was killed during a robbery in Sherman, Texas. There's speculation about it being Clyde's crew, but I can't find much to go on for this one. And for some reason, everywhere I read, it's brought it up as a bit of a footnote somewhere. So I figured I'd put it in with a huge disclaimer of I found nothing to corroborate this at all. So, be that as it may. Clyde circled around home to visit his family during the holidays. I'm not sure if it was just him or if he had Bonnie with him, but it's honestly irrelevant either way, so I didn't bother looking too hard into it. While he was there, he ran into a 16-year-old boy named W.D. Jones. Jones was a longtime family friend who was aware of Clyde's adventures. Quote unquote adventures. Jones was young, probably bored, and he idolized Clyde. And Clyde ended up, well, actually, to be fair, Jones ended up convincing him to let him join the gang. Yeah, adventures is definitely one hell of a way to put it. But, I don't know. That's just the way Jones looked at it. He looked up to Clyde, saw him as, I don't know, strong, going out on adventures, quote unquote, being free, doing whatever he wanted, and he wanted to join. And he convinced Clyde to let him. Wait, what do you mean AI model? This isn't an AI model. What are you talking about, dude? It's called a VTuber model. Like, what are you talking about? We're doing a true crime stuff. Sit down, you want to learn about Bonnie and Clyde. So, from this point forward, I want you guys to keep in mind that all the crimes committed, everything that happens is going to be with the assistance of and in the presence of a 16-year-old boy. All right, remember that. Literally the day after Christmas, like the day after Jones joined in the gang. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Is this your first time seeing a VTuber, my dude? Just hold on, full stop. Is this your first time seeing a VTuber? Just out of curiosity. Because, like, if this is your first time seeing a VTuber, if I'm your foray into it, hello, welcome. I'm basically a puppet. I'm puppeting an anime figure. So it's your first time? Oh, hey, welcome in. So, Shadow Moonbeam, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. Alright, so VTuber model. is basically a rigged anime thing, right? It tracks my face, it tracks my mouth. So I'm basically a puppeteer. You know. And think of it as, instead of using a webcam, I'm somebody who's using an anime model instead. And I'm talking about a true crime, mostly about Bonnie and Clyde right now, today anyway. There's an anime that goes hard on the VTubing move. Well, it's not really from an anime specifically, it's just in that art style, you know what I mean? So this is like an original character that my artist, Araguma, helped me create. I basically gave him the idea and he made the character. And then after he made the character, we gave it over to Bila, who is the rigger, the person who made it so that it can move. I have a camera pointed at my face right now. And when I talk, the model talks. When I move, the model moves. It's really cool. Anyway, so we will continue with Bonnie and Clyde. If I can remember where I was. Yeah. Oh. I've never heard of that, to be fair. I'll have to look into it later. But anyway, that's not what we're here for today. So the day after Christmas, literally the day after Jones joined the gang, right? A man by the name of Doyle Johnson was enjoying the after holiday downtime with his family in Temple, Texas. They were all gathered in the house, enjoying each other's company, when they heard a commotion outside. Doyle went out to see what was going on and noticed a man and a teenager attempting to steal his car. Doyle confronted them, but didn't realize that he was walking up to Clyde and his newly appointed gang member Jones. And they didn't hesitate. They opened fire and killed Doyle on his front lawn while his wife and his small children stood on the porch watching everything. Now, I'm going to stop for a second and warn you guys. It gets worse from here. Up until this point, we had some robberies here and there, but I'm sure you've noticed that the crimes are escalating. There's a reason I put the disclaimers that I did at the beginning of the slideshow. And there's a reason I'm reminding you guys of this now. So if you're down to continue, buckle up. This ride's just getting started. So in January, I think I move on to the next slide. Hold on. So in January 6th, Clyde and the gang were driving down a road into Tarrant County. There was something off about the road. Clyde couldn't put his finger on what it was, but it made him feel really uneasy. Then he saw the police. They had managed to walk into a trap set up for somebody else, but Clyde's instincts was able to alert him with just enough time to react. There was a shootout. They managed to escape, but Sheriff Malcolm Davis was killed in the process. Things either settled down for a couple of months or I have a skill issue when it comes to research and I just couldn't find anything up until March 22nd, which was when Clyde's brother Buck was released from prison. Yeah, that's what we're here for. We're talking about Bonnie and Clyde stuff, yeah. It's like a storytelling thing. So, like, literally, if you want to have it on in the background, just kind of have it listen. That's cool. If not, that's cool too. Usually I do gaming, but I'm trying to do some more variety stuff, you know what I mean? So on March 22nd, Clyde's brother Buck was released from prison. I briefly mentioned Buck earlier when I was giving Clyde's family history, but I didn't really go into too much detail. I'm still not going to because of this presentation is fucking long as it is already, but I will say that Clyde and Buck were really close out of all the siblings. They both got into trouble together. They were really tight. So it's not a surprise that Buck had a colorful history with the law as well. And it isn't really surprising when I found out that he ended up seeking out Clyde with his wife Blanche. They ended up finding Clyde and Bonnie in a small stone bungalow in Joplin, Mississippi. Not Mississippi, Missouri. My bad. Joplin, Missouri. There's debate on what Buck's intentions were. Some say he and Blanche went to try and convince Clyde to surrender. They were close, after all. If anyone could talk Clyde down, it would have been Buck. But knowing what I know about the story, I don't think so. I think that he went down with the full intention of joining Clyde's gang. Oh, and don't worry about Blanche. She was described as being more of a wild child than Bonnie, so when Buck told her what was going on, she was down. By this point, Prohibition had ended, so the crew were able to get their hands on alcohol a lot more easily than before. They ended up hosting loud, alcoholic-fueled card games late into the night. Blanche would go on to tell people that they bought a case of beer a day. I would have lost my goddamn mind with these guys as my neighbors, just throwing that out there. They had loud, drunken card games late into the night. The men came in and out of the house, slamming doors at all hours. At one point, Clyde accidentally fired a Boeing automatic rifle in the apartment while he was trying to clean it. They were loud. They were obnoxious. They were anything but subtle. If it wasn't surprising that the neighbors ended up reporting their behavior to the police. And on April 13th, the police got a couple of cars, a handful of officers, and they went to go check it out. They had gotten the noise complaints, the drunken antics well into the night, and they just figured they had some rowdy bootleggers on their hands. They approached the house, knocked on the door. They didn't really think too much about it. And Blanche was the one that opened. She opened it just a crack, just so she could peek out. And our girl, she knows how to think on her feet. She told the police officers that they had a late night, everyone was asleep, and that she wasn't decent. So she asked them to give her a minute, which they did. They're like, yeah, sure. You can have a minute, go get decent. We'll wait. So she closed the door. And that minute was all the gang needed. Clyde, Buck, and Jones grabbed weapons and opened fire through the shut door, through the windows of the house. They just unleashed. Detective Harry McGinnis was killed on spot. Constable J.W. Harriman was fatally wounded, later died in the hospital. Bonnie opened fired with a Boeing automatic rifle, which I will be abbreviating to BAR from now on because they love their bars a lot in this. She forced Highwayman Patrol Sergeant G.B. Collar to duck behind a large oak tree. It gave everybody enough room to jump into the car, and when everybody was safely inside, Bonnie joined them and they fled the scene. Later, surviving officers would testify that they only fired 14 rounds at the gang. One hit Jones's side. One grazed a Buck after ricocheting off a wall. And one hit Clyde, but was deflected by a suit coat button, allegedly. Quick side note, I'm convinced that Clyde had some sort of chaos deity protecting his ass during multiple occasions of this fucking crime spree of theirs, by the way. There are so many times he should have died or been caught only to have some weird stroke of luck save his ass at the very last minute. The one thing that stood out most was the button thing that I just mentioned. And at first I thought it was just a cool fluff thing that the article I was reading threw in, but like I've seen it mentioned in multiple articles. So I'm like, if that actually happened, I have no words to describe my disbelief. And I'm wondering what chaos deity he had to suck off to get the luck that he had. Anyway, moving on from my tangent. I'm sorry. So, the Joplin police raided the bungalow after... Oh, hold on. I got the slides. Move on to the slides. My bad. Anyway. The Joplin police raided the bungalow after the smoke cleared. It wasn't every day that they had to deal with a shootout of that caliber, and they hoped to get some kind of idea of who they were dealing with. Plot armor, like Riot, IRL plot armor. Luckily for them, there was more in the house than they could have ever dreamed of, right? They found an almost endless supply of guns and ammunition, more than enough to supply a small army. As they carried out armfuls of supplies, they realized the extent of just how dangerous this was and how foolhardy they had been for only sending out a handful of officers, right? Of course, how could they have foreseen this? I did the Googles. I did a lot of research. So basically everything that I found have been in articles and stuff that I've seen on the Googles. Which, by the way, full disclaimer, anything that I have put in here is from what I have found in different articles that I've done research on. There might be incorrect things here and there. Just saying. That whole button thing may not have happened. It just might have been brought up by multiple different things that I saw. But I figured it was an interesting thing to put in there, even if it's not true. I can't say for sure if it was or not. Anyway, along with the weapons, the police also found a lot of personal possessions that belonged to the Barrow gang. They had Buck's pardon papers, other bits of random documentation on the others, as well as Bonnie's handwritten poetry and a photo camera full of undeveloped film. The police likely hoped to find some evidence that could point to where the Barrow gang would go to next, so they decided to have the film developed. Most of the images they found were selfie-style images that didn't really help them much, so they opted to hand them over to the Joplin Globe. The plan was for the Globe to run a story with some of the images so that the public could be made aware of the danger that was lurking around. The Globe had other plans. They had pictures of all the gang, but most of them were posing near or in front of the car they were using while holding weapons of some kind, but that wasn't the images that they wanted. They were interested in a photo of Bonnie, one that you guys can probably see on my slideshow right now. The one at the most right-hand part. See, this was an image of Bonnie holding a gun with a cigar in her mouth. And they ran a story that spun a tale of sex appeal and anarchy that ended up first page news spread throughout America. I want to take a minute to remind you guys the time frame we're in. Again, I know I've done this a couple times, but I'm going to do it again, just so you have more of an idea of where we're ending up, like where we're at, right? We're firmly planted in the 1930s. We're fresh on the other side of Prohibition, but it's still considered pretty scandalous for women to have skirts that come up above their ankles. Women were still not allowed to vote at this point in time. They were expected to be quiet, to be obedient, and to be a housemaker and child. I'm sorry, what the fuck was I smoking? What? Child reindeer. They were expected to be a child reindeer. What do you mean I can't fucking spell this word? Send help. What the fuck was I on when I wrote this? What? Hold on. I need... What the hell? Hold on. I was trying to go with rearer, but apparently I was having a hard time spelling, and I didn't think to, you know. I don't know. I don't know what I was. Oh God, what the hell? Let me. I need. Shit, bro. Hold on. Let me. Window capture. Yeah. I just posted this in general chat in my Discord. What the fuck? It's like they're meant to be a housemaker and child rearer, reefer, reindeer. I can't fucking spell this word, send help. What the fuck was I on? Anyway. Anyway. Sorry. Tangent of the lifetime. Moving on. Oh, anyway. Put yourself into the shoes of the people back in that time period. You go out, you grab your morning paper off the porch, you sit down for your cup of coffee, and there on the front page you see a beautiful woman in a short skirt, short for the time period anyway, with a gun and holding a cigar in her mouth. You go on to read about her, a married woman, and a boyfriend, not her husband, who are causing mayhem across America. When I tell you this story awakened fetishes that a lot of these people probably didn't even know they had, and still to this day have. Men wanted to be Clyde. They wanted to run around and do whatever they wanted, drinking, causing chaos, and have a girl like Bonnie on their arms. And women wanted to be Bonnie. The freedom of their bondage that they were so desperately craved. Women who were oppressed to the point that they couldn't even vote, seeing someone going around and breaking down every stereotype they've ever heard. The masses romanticized what life must have been like for the Barrow Gang. They empathized and rooted for them. Bonnie and Clyde were suddenly American celebrities. Despite their notoriety. Oh, shit. Time for an ad break over on Twitch, which is good because I kind of need a drink of my tea anyways. All this yapping got my throat hurting a little bit. And stretch time, that's a good point. Good point. There we go. Oh, we're now at page 15 of 32. Oh, hell. I can't, man. I can't. Oh. I'm also now fucking terrified at what I'm going to find in the rest of my scripts, man. I probably put that there to remind me on how to like try and find rearer. Ad breaks over. Let's go. All right. Despite their new notoriety, the gang continued doing what they did best. They kind of hit another I kind of hit another information dry spell for at least a couple weeks. I'm pretty sure it's a me thing. I just couldn't find anything. We pick it back up on April 27th, though, where they're driving through Ruston, Louisiana. Then where a brand new Chevrolet caught Clyde's eye. It was parked in a driveway that belonged to a man named H. Dillard Darby. He was a 35-year-old mortician at the nearby McClure Funeral Home. This was a quiet, quaint little neighborhood, so Dillard didn't think too much about leaving his keys in the ignition of his car, which made it oh so easy for Clyde to hop in, rev up that pretty new Chevrolet, and peel off with it. Dillard happened to be looking out the right window at just the right time to see his brand new car pulling out of the driveway. He ran from his house in an attempt to catch the thief on foot, which is stupid. When a young lady by the name of Sophia Stone, a 27-year-old real estate agent who had been working nearby, pulled her car over and offered to help Dillard chase down the thieves so that he could get his car back, which he happily agreed to. Fun fact, don't do that. Any of that. Ever. Don't do any of that. I don't care how far you live from other people. I don't care how safe you think your neighborhood seems. I don't care how much you trust your car alarm to scare people off. Don't leave your keys in the ignition. If you're stupid enough to leave your key in your ignition and someone pulls away with your car, don't run after them on foot. If you're on foot, there's no way you're going to catch them, first of all. Second of all, you might manage to get yourself run over by the person stealing your car if they really don't want to be caught, or you could be shot. Especially, don't run after them. Have your neighbor pick you up in their car and then get into a high-speed chase, Fast and the Furious style, to get your car back. I doubt you have the driving skills necessary to safely navigate a town and other road hazards at high speeds. I also doubt that you'll know how the fuck to actually stop them without potentially killing yourself, potentially killing the person driving the car in the process. Plus, if they wreck your car while in the process of stealing it because they did something stupid because you're in chase with them, there's no chance of you getting your car back undamaged. Just don't do any of that. Anyway, there's also the scenario, one that I don't think Dillard and Sophia were expecting, that actually happened. So, when Clyde and the others realized that they had a lively bunch, the gang used their vehicles to force Sophia off the road, grabbed Sophia and Dillard, and kidnapped them at gunpoint. At first, Clyde was hostile with the pair, but as they drove, everyone started to get into conversation, which eased the tension. And at one point, they described Clyde as joking around, being playful with them. So they drove to Arkansas, just outside Waldo, and found a quiet road and let the couple out. Put your keys in a signal blocking pouch as well. Thieves are known to hack keys to unlock the car. Exactly. That too. Out of all things that happened, out of all the things that happened here, this is the one thing that I can agree with them doing. Rizzing up your kidnappers. They stayed calm. They talked to them, got to know them, eased the tension, and got their kidnappers to see them as people instead of victims. Clyde and the crew were not afraid to kill people. So the fact that they just let them on the side of the road means a lot in this situation. They described the car pulling away only to stop and then back up again. Sophia was initially scared that they had decided to kill them after all, but when the car stopped, Bonnie leaned out of the passenger side window, handed them some money, and told them that it was to help get them back home. And then they drove off. When this story hit the headlines, it only seemed to fuel the fandom. They saw the gang as vigilantes. Sure, they would rob from people, but only did what they needed to, right? All the police they killed was in self-defense. Surely they wouldn't just murder in cold blood, right? Yeah, they didn't know about all of the other murders. Or at least, not yet. Most people dream of becoming famous, especially nowadays. There are countless people on TikTok, on Twitch, YouTube, etc. Me being one of them. Hello, hi, how you doing? Trying to make it big however they can. Most people don't actually stop and think about the potential ramifications it could bring into your life, especially for those people who weren't actively seeking fame like the Borrow Gang. They had a mission. They were after revenge on the Texas legal system. Hi, Azores. How you doing? At first, they didn't seem to mind the notoriety much. They were loved, after all, right? They would even tell kidnapping victims to send messages to the press, but it didn't take long for the more bloodthirsty crimes to come to light. And when that happened, it didn't take them long to realize what having the eyes of a nation on them would lead to when they were no longer loved. It was harder for them to find places to hide out, harder for them to get supplies they needed. Restaurants and hotels weren't safe for them anymore. The taste of celebrity life wasn't all it was cracked up to be, and to be honest, it was never something that they wanted to begin with. The gang became desperate. They had to find places to camp out, cooking on open bonfires, bathing in cold streams whenever possible. There was nowhere for them to hide, not even from each other. With tensions rising and lack of privacy, the group began to crumble at the seams. Vicious bickering back and forth, leading to a breakdown in what was otherwise a tight-knit group of outlaws. It got so bad that Jones ended up stealing a car in late April and left the group. But he ended up returning sometime around June. Not really sure what his motivations were to bring him back, but it's probably never know, honestly. I tried to find out, but couldn't find anything. A couple days after Jones returned, June 10th, Clyde, Bonnie, and Jones were out for a drive near Wellington. I don't know if they were arguing again or if Clyde was just particularly distracted, but he ended up driving into a construction site and didn't notice some signs that were posted about. He ended up flipping the car and rolled it into a ravine. Clyde and Jones came out with some minor surface wounds, but Bonnie... Just a quick reminder, I'm about to get into some graphic details about injuries. Not just in this particular scenario, but a couple others after. So if you're faint of heart, click away now. I'm going to give it a minute. I'm going to take a drink of tea. I'm going to give you a minute. If you're squeamish, You don't want to be listening to this. All right. Moving on. Anyway, Bonnie ended up with a really nasty 3rd-degree burn on her right leg. The jury's still out on what might have caused it. And the popular theory is battery acid, because back in the day, they used to keep car batteries underneath the floorboards of the cars. And the theory is that when the wreck happened, it damaged the battery, causing the acid to seep up through the floorboards and onto Bonnie's leg. There's another theory saying that maybe gasoline got on Bonnie's leg, maybe her skirt, and it burned. But either way, she came out with a nasty full leg 3rd-degree burn. The burn was so bad that Jones, the 16-year-old of the group, mind you, later went on to interview and said that she'd been burned so bad, none of us thought she was going to live. The hide on her right leg was gone from her hip down to her ankle. I could see bone in places. That's how bad the burn was. Clyde was able to pull Bonnie out of the wreckage and carried her with Jones in tow to a nearby farm. They banged on the door and pleaded with the family inside to help them. After telling the farmer and his wife about the wreck, the kind couple let them in and did what they could, but whenever they started talking about calling in a doctor, they scattered. Because of their unwillingness to go to a doctor, Bonnie's leg didn't get the care that it needed. And because of that inadequate care, she would go on to be crippled for the rest of her life. Out of love, devotion, or maybe guilt, Clyde would go on to carry her everywhere, or at the very least help her hop around on her good leg, depending on the situation. Out of a car, and with a gravely injured Bonnie, Clyde and Jones worked together to kidnap Collingsworth County Sheriff George Corey and City Marshal Paul Hardy. They drove the two policemen to an area outside Eric, Oklahoma, used barbed wire to tie them to a tree before driving off in their vehicle. After that, they met up with Buck and Blanche and hid out in a tourist court near Fort Smith, Arkansas. They hoped to settle in for a while so that they could tend to Bonnie's leg, but desperate for money, Buck and Jones robbed a Piggly Wiggly supermarket and ended up killing Town Marshal Henry D. Humphrey in the process. The gang was forced back on the road despite Bonnie's burns. July 1933, the gang rented out a Red Crown tourist court south of Plate City, Missouri. The court had 2 brick cabins that were joined by a garage, and it was the perfect place for them to have their privacy, settle in so Bonnie could recover, but what they didn't know was that a nearby restaurant called the Red Crown Tavern was a popular police hangout spot. It wouldn't have been so bad if our group knew literally anything about being subtle. They couldn't have screamed, "Come raid us," more if they tried. When Blanche rented out the property, she informed the owner, Neil Hauser, that it was just going to be 3 people, but he noticed 5 going into the house. He also noticed that Clyde backed into the garage with what he described as gangster style for a quick getaway. Neil also found it odd that Blanche paid for their stay with coins instead of bills, and did the same when buying beer, their meals, or anything really. By the next day, the gang had taped newspapers all over the windows of the cabin. Blanche also wearing saucy, tight-fitting riding breeches, which was highly unusual for the normal church-going women of Pallet City. It brought them a lot of attention. Clyde and Jones didn't help either. They went into town and picked up some bandages, crackers, cheese, and atropine sulfate to treat Bonnie's leg. Now, bit of a tangent, but hear me out. I did a little Googling into what atropine sulfate was, and cannot for the life of me figure out why the actual fuck they wanted it to begin with. Like, from my Googling, it seems to have a few different uses. It's used to dilate your eyes. It's to treat myopia. One treatment is to stop people salivating during a surgery. One's to help with nerve agent poisonings or pesticide poisonings. And the last one that I could find was something to do with treating low heart rate. I don't know, when I first read that they wanted atropine sulfate, I figured it was like a painkiller or maybe an antibacterial thing, but nope. And mind you, I read this from a couple different articles. However, after I dug around a little bit, I did find something called atropine ophthalmic. I butchered that. I'm sure I butchered that. But anyway, it's used to relieve pain caused by swelling and inflammation of the eye. So, either I've missed something, or things I've read through meant atropine ophthalmic. I don't know. If anyone knows more about this, please let me know, because I'm confused as fuck at this point. Anyway, Clyde and Jones' shopping list concerned the men at the local drugstore enough to contact Sheriff Holt Coffey. Coffey had already heard from Neil about his unusual renters. So after the call from the druggist, he decided to order the place to be put under surveillance. He'd gotten calls from authorities from Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas warning him to watch out for strangers seeking these supplies. He also had Captain Baxter call for reinforcements from Kansas City, including an armored car. Once they were sure who they were dealing with, Sheriff Coffey led his group of officers to the gang's hideout. Words to the gang's hideout. Around 11 p.m., armed with Thompson submachine guns, they were bound and determined to not make the same mistakes as the Joplin Police Department had made. In doing so, they made their own mistakes. See, the Thompsons were powerful, but very inaccurate from a distance, especially compared to the bars that the gang had grown to love over the course of their journey. They may have lost their arsenal in Joplin, but were able to squirrel more from the National Guard Armory in Enid, Oklahoma, July 7th. Coffee yelled out for the gang to surrender. He told them the place was surrounded and there was no getting out. There was a few seconds of dead silence before shots began to ring through the air. No one's really sure who shot first, the police or the gang. Probably the gang if I had to guess. But anyway, during the chaos, Coffee told his men to move the armored car to the front of the garage door in order to block the gang from getting out. In yet another stroke of chaos god luck, a bullet short-circuited the vehicle's horn as they were moving it. The police officers took the horn as a signal for a ceasefire. It was a precious seconds that the gang used to their advantage. They pulled into the car. They piled into the car and drove through the garage door and continued to open fire on the police as they drove away. The police, confused and outgunned, did not pursue. Says atropine sulfate could be used for poisons and other chemicals, so maybe the burns Bonnie had were chemically caused. That's fair. If it was from battery acid, that would make sense. Okay. I get you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, the celebration of their escape was short-lived. Just unlike Joplin, they suffered some severe injuries on their side. Buck sustained a horrific bullet hole to the side of his head that exposed his brain, and Blanche was nearly blinded from glass fragments that shattered from a shattered car window. Bonnie and Jones tried their best to keep the two stable while Clyde rushed to find a safe place to stay. 5 days later, the gang set up camp at Dexfield Park, an abandoned amusement park near Dexter, Iowa. Okay, I'm still okay. Buck was surprisingly still alive by this point. He was in and out of consciousness, even aware of what was going on. He was able to talk and eat despite his head wound and severe blood loss. The gang tried everything they could, but Clyde knew it was only a matter of time. So while Buck was still alive, he and Jones began to dig a grave for him. I'm sorry, can you imagine? You've been on this long crime spree, on the run with your brother and your wife for months. At this point, you get this massive wound on your head and somehow manage to stay aware of everything going on. Able to talk, able to eat. But that means you are very aware of the fact that you are actively dying. Maybe not at first. Maybe you think you managed to come out of the firefight with the biggest manhood bragging right ever. Getting shot in the head and living to tell about it, you know? And then you realize it's been days, almost a week, and your head's still bleeding. You're feeling weaker. You're sleeping more. Then you look over and you see your brother digging your grave in the middle of an abandoned theme park, far away from your family. And probably no one but the 4 other people you're with will ever know where you're at. Knowing that your wife and your brother, who you've had at your side your whole life, have to suffer as they watch you slowly die. Your wife, who now has to wear a pair of sunglasses to protect her eyes that are ripped to shreds by glass and will likely never see properly again. And Clyde, watching your brother, who's been by your side since you were small, slowly bleeding to death with a gaping wound to his head, knowing that it's all your fault. That Blanche's eyes being ripped to shreds with glass was all your fault. Knowing that Bonnie's crippled leg is all your fault. Bonnie, your ride or die, the one woman who has stuck by your side through literal hell and high water. The woman who was willing to sell her soul to the devil to help you seek revenge on the people who hurt you. Man, I can't even imagine the feelings and the thoughts that must have been going through their heads at the time, seeing the luck they had slowly dry up as more and more misfortune befell them, and knowing, or at least I hope that they knew, that it was all their own doing. Man, that's one hell of a time for an ad break over on Twitch. Damn, man. Got 10 more pages to go. Page 21 of 31. How you hanging in there, dudes? You doing all right? We hanging? Hanging? All right, we back. Let's go. Doing good, nice. All right. Anyway, it's a nice distraction from the sounds like birds having beef with each other outside. That's fair. Anyway, the people in the town began to notice the bloody bandages. They reported it to the police, who, after some surveillance, realized that it was the Barrow Gang. They rounded up all available officers, and with approximately 100 spectators, don't do this. Those spectators don't do that. Especially when you know they're armed and dangerous, don't do that. Stray bullets, take no prisoners. Anyway. The Barrow Gang found themselves under fire yet again. Clyde, Bonnie, and Jones managed to escape on foot, but Buck was shot in the back, likely speeding up the inevitable at this point. Blanche, unable to really see or do much to fight back, was captured. Buck, who surprisingly lived through being shot in the back and the head, ended up dying due to complications from his head wound and pneumonia after surgeries 5 days later at King's Daughters Hospital in Perry, Iowa. Buck was an absolute trooper, by the way. The fact that Buck survived as much as he did for as long as he did is amazing. Buck was a badass. Like, more so than Clyde. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, Buck was more of a badass than Clyde was. This man took a bullet to the head, was shot in the back, survived for at least 10 days, if not more, with a bullet hole in his head. 5 of those days, with the addition to having a bullet hole in his back. Blanche was taken into jail. She was tried and sentenced to 10 years in prison for her part in the Pallet City shooting. She ended up serving 6 of those 10 years, where she was able to get treatment for her eye injuries. She ended up losing all sight in her left eye, but was at least able to see out of her right eye. After getting out, she moved to Dallas in 1940, where she met and married a man named Eddie Frosser. And in 1969, they adopted a 12-year-old boy named Ricky. He got into some legal trouble, and became estranged from Blanche. He died in 1969. Blanche died from cancer December 24th, 1988, a week before her 78th birthday. I figured Blanche deserved a bit of a send-off towards the end there. Just so you guys know what happened to her. You know what I mean? Moving on. Clyde, Bonnie, and Jones spent the next 6 weeks broadening their patrol area. They traveled west to Colorado, north to Minnesota, southeast to Mississippi. During this time, they continued to commit armed robberies. Clyde and Jones restocked their arsenal at the armory in Platteville, Illinois. On August 20th, they were able to steal 3 bars, some handguns, and an unholy amount of ammunition. Despite everything they'd lost, it was apparent that Clyde was not deterred, and that Jones and Bonnie were determined to stick with him until the end, no matter what. In early September, the gang was starting to feel a bit homesick, enough so that they decided to risk a trip back to Dallas to see their families for the first time in several months. Jones left Bonnie and Clyde in Dallas to reunite with their family, and he continued to Hudson, where his mother lived. A couple months later, November 16th, Jones was arrested and sent back to Dallas without incident, leaving only Bonnie and Clyde left. Clyde ended up recruiting some local accomplices to help him out with some small-time robberies, while both his family and Bonnie's attended to her considerable medical needs. Her leg was still not doing well at this point. He probably tried to keep his crimes as on the down low as he probably could, getting the money to help pay for Bonnie's care without bringing the attention of the authorities down on them. It would have been smart of him to use the accomplices as frontmen if he could, people who could be seen during the robberies without raising suspicion. At this point, if Clyde had been seen making any fuss in town, it would have alerted authorities immediately. On November 22nd, 1933, they had wandered over near Sowers, Texas, to visit more of Clyde's family. The sheriff, Schmid, and his posse had a tip that the outlaws would be coming around, so they set up a trap, laying in wait nearby. Be it an intuition from all of his time running from the police or the intervention of the Chaos God, but something told Clyde that something was amiss when he got to his family's home, and he drove right by, which caused Schmid and his deputies to stand up and open fire. Luckily, the family member that were caught in the crossfire weren't injured, but a single bar slug penetrated the car and both the legs of Bonnie and Clyde. By this point, Clyde was furious. He'd grown to accept that he and his gang were bound to get shot at. They knew that they were getting into when they decided to get into this after all. They knew what they were getting into. The thought of Clyde losing another family member to police, especially family that had done nothing to harm anyone, had him vowing revenge on Schmid. The fact that they were able to put innocent lives at stake just to get to Clyde was a move that he wasn't expecting. On December 28th, the Dallas grand jury decreed a murder indictment on Bonnie and Clyde for the January 1933 killing of Tarrant County Deputy Malcolm Davis. Another on the ever-growing list of charges of that pair were wanted for by this point. There's about a month and a half dry spell here between the shooting at Clyde's family's home. I think this time I can do a little educated guess as to what was going on. They were back in Dallas for the first time in quite a while. Clyde could see the walls were slowly moving in on him. He had a restocked arsenal, knew where he could find some would-be accomplices for any crimes needed committing. He knew it was now or never to finish his magnum opus, and he wasn't about to let what could be his final chance slip away. Do you guys remember Raymond Hamilton? I know it's been a hot while since I mentioned him at all, but he was one of the people who had been in Esham way back in the beginning. He ran with Clyde and Bonnie for a little while, but ended up going his separate ways. Well, our boy ended up back in Esham. He found himself thinking back on his time with Clyde and the plans that they had made to raid Esham, and he likely heard about the fact that Clyde and Bonnie, by this point, they'd made quite a name for themselves. And he was a smart man, smart enough to likely guess what they had planned to do with all the guns they had stolen and the money they were stealing. It was about that time that Raymond, we'll call him Ray, heard that a fellow inmate by the name of Jimmy Mullins was set to be released soon. Ray saw his chance and pounced. He pulled Jimmy to the side and told him he'd pay him $1,000 if he could find Clyde and arrange to have weapons planted in the prison farm compound. Now, $1,000 was nothing to sneeze at back then, and Jimmy, age was catching up to him. He was 48, not too old now, but back then, well, let's just say life expectancy wasn't as high as it is now. On January 10th, 1934, Jimmy took that promise of $1,000 and used it to steel his nerves enough to start tracking down Clyde. He started by heading to the house of Ray's older brother, Floyd Hamilton, over in West Dallas. Now, Floyd, at the time, had kept his nose clean. He was an upstanding citizen that just kind of kept to himself, or at least that's what his record said. Now, mind you, this is me going into assumption lands again. I like going into assumption land. It's my favorite. But hear me out, right? I have a feeling Floyd was one of the people that ran around with Clyde while he was in Dallas. Someone helping him do small time crimes while Bonnie was getting her leg cared for. And the reason I say this is because Floyd knew exactly where to find Clyde. Floyd was able to get Jimmy into a meeting with Bonnie and Clyde that very same day. Clyde was hesitant about working with Jimmy at first. See, him and Jimmy went way back. He was someone else who'd been in Esham with him back in the day. Jimmy didn't have a very trustworthy reputation among the inmates. He was a huge drug addict and a rat, often squealing on people for any kind of leniency he could get it with the guards. Clyde was sure that Jimmy would lead him into a trap just for the notoriety of taking him out. But Clyde thought about Ray. Could he really turn his back on an old friend? Not only that, but his hunger for revenge ran deep, and it was an opportunity of a lifetime. He had people on the inside he knew he could trust, had the weapons they needed, and in the end, it was too sweet of an opportunity for him to pass up. Of course, he made sure to stipulate that the only way he'd help is if Jimmy planted the guns. Jimmy hated the idea, but ended up agreeing after convincing Floyd to come with him. So, January 13th, late in the evening, Bonnie and Clyde dropped Jimmy and Floyd off less than a mile from the main prison compound of Esham Camp 1. The two slipped through the barbed wire fence and hid an inner tube beneath a drainage culvert. The inner tube held two Colt 45 automatics and several clips of ammo. After everything was set, the two went back to where Bonnie and Clyde were waiting. The next day, Floyd went back to Esham for his bi-weekly visit with Ray. He let his brother know that Jimmy had been able to talk Clyde into helping him out, and let him know about the plan that they had concocted, where they had left the weapons and when they planned on implementing the plan. He promised to see his brother again soon and left to go meet up with Clyde and finish preparing. By Monday, January 15th, Ray had managed to spread the word to the other inmates what was going down. He updated them on the plan, who had what roles. They were ready. First, they had to get the guns. That was Aubrey Skelly's job. Aubrey's job was the prison was to tend to the building. It was a job that only trusted inmates were allowed to have because of and because of this, he had a decent amount of freedom to roam the prison. It also meant he knew the place inside and out. He smuggled the inner tube into the camp dormitory and handed it off to the man named Joe Palmer. Joe took the inner tube and hid it. Some people say he hid it in his bed, others say he hid it in brush piles. Honestly, doesn't really matter. Either way, it was hidden. Ray got everyone together that night. Joe, Aubrey, Henry, Methvin, and Hamilton. He made sure that everyone knew that their job was and that they were ready. They'd only have one chance to get this right, and he'd be damned if he was going to let anyone fuck it up. Tuesday, January 16th, was D-Day. Clyde, Bonnie, and Jimmy were waiting in a thick wooded area on the edge of the county road until it was time to move. Clyde and Jimmy left Bonnie in the car and they snuck up to the prison. Both men armed with bars. They were Clyde's go-to gun of choice. They'd seen him through a multitude of deadly encounters, and he was sure they wouldn't let him down. They crouched around the creek bank and waited as the prison guards started walking through the campgrounds. A group of guards that were referred to as the shotgun ring oversaw each work squad, while the guard on horseback, known as the long arm man, armed with a high-power rifle, kept at a distance. It was his job to stay back away from the prisoners just in case a prisoner were to break through the ring of shotgun men. The prisoners were well aware of the formation, but they also knew that some of the long-arm men tended to get a little bit bored. One in particular, Major Crowson, often left his post to take up his favorite pastime of beating prisoners. Because the inmates knew the guards well enough, they knew they were able to predict their behavior. Ray was in a different work squad than the others. His plan was to leave his squad and try to sneak in to the squad that they were in. The guard assigned to Joe's group noticed Ray, but they, as they suspected, waited until they were out in the field to say anything. They suspected that the guard would call Crowson over, and as soon as they got into the fields. And they were right. The guard and Crowson started talking. Joe took their distraction as an opportunity to walk over and pull out his gun. Now, there's apparently some confusion on what happened after that. There are reports of that Joe shot Crossan for revenge. Crossan had apparently beaten the ever-loving crap out of Joe for quite a few times. Others say that Crossan was the first one to open fire. Either way, it's not really important. I guess pick your favorite headcanon on this one. At some point during the altercation, Crossan got shot in the stomach. He managed to turn his horse around and ride back to the prison to alert them of what was going on. And then they turned their attention to the other guards and began shooting. Clyde took the opportunity to stand up out of the creek bed he was hiding in and fired shots from his bar over the heads of everyone in the field. This caused the guards and the prisoners to duck for cover. While they scattered, Bonnie laid on the horn in the car as a signal for the escapees. Joe, Ray, Harry, and Hamilton took off running. Police would later find the car in a ravine 10 miles northeast of Hugo, Oklahoma, after a robbery at a nearby filling station. Lee Simmons, the man in charge of the prison, went to Crossan's bedside while he was dying in the hospital. He promised his friend that everyone involved in the breakout would be hunted down and killed for what they did. His ego and the reputation of his prison was tarnished on top of losing good men that he valued. The Barrow Gang didn't know this, but their plot for revenge was about to spark a war with full power of Texas federal government. The Texas Department of Corrections reached out to a former Texas Ranger named Captain Frank Hammer. This man was a machine. He was tall, burly, and unimpressed by authority. The only thing that motivated him was his unyielding sense of duty to his own moral code. He'd spent 20 years creating a name for himself as a ranger. His name sparked fear into the hearts of outlaws. He was credited with 53 kills and lived through 17 wounds on duty. By this point, he had likely heard about Bonnie and Clyde through multitude of articles being circulated about them. So, once they told Frank about the prison break, it wasn't hard to convince him to come out of retirement. He wasn't about to let these hooligans continue to wreak havoc on innocent lives. Up until this point, there was still people who supported the gang. They had gone from America's favorite misfits to a hot button topic heatedly discussed among peers. The more people who died, the less people were willing to defend them. This was especially true after April 1st, 1934. It was a calm Easter Sunday. The gang were driving around near Grapevine, Texas, where they came upon two young highway patrolmen, H.D. Murphy and Edwards Bryant Wheeler. I'm not sure exactly what happened during this fateful day. I can speculate, seeing as it was freshly after the prison break. I can assume they knew what car the gang was in, knew they were wanted and what they'd done. Young, wanting to prove themselves, tried to pull over the gang, figured the two of them could handle, or maybe they didn't know who they were dealing with. Maybe Clyde broke some kind of traffic law and they were just trying to do their jobs. Either way, the two patrolmen wouldn't make it out of that encounter alive. One of the reasons I say it's hard to tell what exactly happened is because there's a lot of unreliable data. William Schiffer, a local farmer, claimed to witness the murders. He went straight to the newspaper and spun a tale of Bonnie and Clyde murdering the two officers. He even detailed how Bonnie threw back her hair and laughed as the patrolman's head bounced like a rubber ball as she pumped him full of bullets. Reporters went so far to claim that a cigar butt had been found at the scene with tiny little teeth marks in it, despite the fact that Bonnie didn't actually smoke cigars. The papers also ran an article about the funerals of the two policemen, putting extra emphasis on Murphy's. You see, Murphy's fiance, they had been spending their free time planning the wedding and enjoying their life as soon-to-be newlyweds, and now she was attending Murphy's funeral as a widow, wearing what was to be her wedding dress. The reporters obviously attached photos of to their article to ensure the most emotional response in their readers and maximize copies sold. As time went on, the eyewitnesses seemed to have a hard time keeping his story straight. However, the growing anger towards the gang was too loud. worked up into a mob that demanded the death of Bonnie and Clyde, so much so that the boss of the fallen highway patrolman, L.G. Fares, offered a reward of $1,000 for their dead bodies. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but back in the day of the Great Depression, that was about $22,000 in today's economy. Texas Governor M.A. Ferguson added an extra $1,000 on top of it. $500 for each killer. This was the first time Bonnie found herself with a price on her head for a death she hadn't pulled the trigger on, allegedly. I say allegedly mostly because Bonnie would go on to tell family that she was sitting in the front seat of the car when the patrolman approached on the motorcycles. She said that Clyde was asleep in the back with Henry Methvin outside, standing near the driver's door. She woke up Clyde, who, when he saw what was going on, said, "Let's take him." She claimed that he meant to kidnap them, but Henry started firing, having misunderstood him. Henry himself later confirmed the story and said that Bonnie had approached the officers to help them, but another eyewitness, Mabel Giggle, testified that she saw a man standing over the two bodies, not a woman. And who's going to argue with little old Mabel? I'm sure as hell won't. That is a lot. Like, just $1,000 in today's a lot, but back in the day, $1,000 being $22,000 into, like, it would be like somebody coming to you and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna give you $22,000 if you go shoot that guy. Like, if you bring me that guy's dead body." That's like the equivalent today. And then someone else coming up to you and be like, "Yo, take that 22,000 and take another 22,000, so $44,000 altogether." It's crazy, bro. Time for another ad break. Everybody get up, have a nice stretch, have a drink, grab a snack. Not that anybody on Twitch can hear me anyway, but more for my peoples over at YouTube. If someone handed me that, there would be signs donating to streamers. I'm like, let's go. Say less. All right. All right, we're back from the ad break. Let's go. On April 6, Clyde and Henry ended up murdering a 60-year-old constable, William Cal Campbell, near Commerce, Oklahoma. They kidnapped Commerce Police Chief Percy Boyd, crossed the state line into Kansas, and let him go. They supposedly gave him a clean shirt and a few dollars to get back home. Bonnie supposedly requested that he tell the world that she didn't smoke cigars, despite the media adamantly insisting on a cigar butt being the proof that she was the one that killed the patrolman. But unfortunately, no one ended up listening to him. Time to fast forward a bit to May 1934. Frank, the no longer retired Texas Ranger, had been following the gang since February 12th. He studied their movements and realized that they had a predictable itinerary. They would swing in a circle, skirting the edges of 5 Midwestern states to exploit the state line rule that prevented officers from pursuing a fugitive into another jurisdiction. Clyde was so consistent with his movements that Frank was able to chart his path and predict where they would go next. It was centered on family visits, and they were due in Louisiana to visit Methvin's parents. This is where the chaos gods decided to stop smiling down on Clyde. You see, Frank didn't know this, but the gang had designated Methvin's parents' home as a rendezvous point in case they were separated. And wouldn't you know it, Methvin got separated from the rest of the gang somewhere in Shreveport. So he ended up at his parents' place before Bonnie and Clyde did. Sometime on May 21st, he found Frank and his posse of 5 other men waiting for him. Texas lawman Maney Galt, Bob Alcorn, Ted Hilton, as well as Louisiana officers Ederson Jordan and marksman Morrill Oakley. Methvin, cornered at his parents' house, eventually agreed to help set up a trap for Bonnie and Clyde in return for a deal. He told them about Clyde and Bonnie being on their way and what road that they would likely be taking to get there. It was information that Frank already figured, but let Methvin confirm his suspicions. The posse went to a spot along the Louisiana State Highway south of Gibbsland. They got into place by 9 a.m. Oh, 9 p.m., my bad. Once in place, they had Methvin bring out his truck, parked it near where they positioned as a way to coax Clyde into driving close enough to their hideout. They sat there throughout the following day, hours of waiting, patiently watching cars go by in the hot Louisiana sun. By 9 a.m., Wednesday, May 23rd, the men were losing hope. It had been a grueling night hiding in the woods, battling the elements. Frank would recall that it was particularly hot and muggy morning. Just as Frank was about to call the mission off, they heard the distinctive low rumble of a Ford V8. It was the sound they were waiting for. Frank knew that Clyde had stolen a Ford V8 from Miss Ruth Warren of Topeka, Kansas in April. Sure enough, when the vehicle crested the hill and came into sight, they knew it was the stolen tan Ford they'd been waiting for. The 6 men, spaced about 5 feet apart from each other, were armed with a sidearm and either a high powerful rifle or shotguns. Frank made a positive identification as the car came closer and signaled the confirmation to his fellow officers. They waited as Clyde pulled off to the side of the road when he saw the Methvin's truck. Maybe it was the heat, the exhaustion, or maybe he was just anxious to get it over with. Either way, marksman Morrill Oakley was the first person to open fire before the order was given. Before Clyde even had a chance to come to a full stop, the first shot struck Clyde in the head, killing him instantly. Frank later reported hearing Bonnie's screams as the officers fired 130 rounds into the car. Around a quarter of those struck Bonnie and Clyde. The official report by Parish Coroner J.L. Wade listed 17 entry wounds on Clyde's body and 26 on Bonnie's, including several headshots to each one and one that severed Clyde's spinal column. Once the smoke cleared, the officers found an arsenal in the car, including stolen automatic rifles, sawed-off semi-automatic shotguns, assorted handguns, and several thousand rounds of ammunition, along with 15 sets of license plates from various states that they assumed were either trophies of past stolen cars or ones that they used to switch between depending on which state they were currently in to try and keep people off their trail. It didn't take long for word to spread about the death of Bonnie and Clyde. The two officers on guard, they left 2 officers to guard the bodies, but they hadn't anticipated the amount of people that would gather at the area. They quickly lost control of the scene as people clamored to get memorabilia of the famous couple. One woman cut off bloody locks of Bonnie's hair and pieces from her dress, which were later sold at auction for probably an unheard of amount of money. I'm not sure exact details on that one, but, you know. When Frank returned, he found a man trying to cut off Clyde's trigger finger. He said that in all of his years as a Texas Ranger, he believed himself to be desensitized to most things, but that was enough to sicken him. They towed the Ford with Bonnie and Clyde's body still inside to the Conger fortune store. Yeah, somebody tried to literally saw off Clyde's shotgun, like his trigger finger. They shot first to keep him from spilling the beans. And, well, anyway, they towed the Ford with Bonnie and Clyde's body still inside to the Cogner furniture store and funeral parlor in downtown Arcadia, Louisiana. Henry Barrow was later brought in to identify his son. He likely knew this outcome was inevitable, but wasn't prepared to see his son in the condition he was in. It's said that after he positively identified Clyde, Henry collapsed into a rocking chair in the furniture section and wept. Y'all remember H.D. Darby and Sophia Stone? The McClure funeral undertaker and the home demonstration agent that the gang kidnapped all that time ago? They were asked to come help identify the bodies since they'd been kidnapped by them in 1933. Darby ended up assisting Bailey, the owner of the funeral parlor, in the embalming process. Bonnie and Clyde desperately wanted to be buried side by side, but Bonnie's family wouldn't allow it. They wanted to bring Bonnie back home, but the mob surrounding their home made it impossible. So instead, hold on. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I had to do the sniz. They wanted to bring Bonnie back home, but the mob surrounding their home made it impossible. So instead, Bonnie's funeral services were held May 26th. More than 20,000 people were in attendance. So much so that they allegedly had trouble getting to her burial site. There were so many people. Some recall that flowers came in from everywhere. The largest floral contribution came from a group of Dallas City newsboys. Their article, The Sudden End of Bonnie and Clyde, had sold 500,000 newspapers in Dallas alone. Bonnie was buried in the Fish Trap Cemetery, but was moved in 1945 to the new Croton Hill Cemetery in Dallas. Thousands of people gathered outside both Dallas funeral homes, hoping for a chance to view Clyde. However, his family managed to hold a private funeral for him at sunset on May 25th. He was buried in Western Heights Cemetery in Dallas next to his brother. The Barrow brothers share a single granite marker. As of 2018, Bonnie's niece and last surviving relative has campaigned to have her aunt buried next to Clyde, but has been unsuccessful as far as I'm aware. I don't know if that's changed at all since then. I know. It's crazy the way people were acting. I just wanted to take a minute to go through, like, let you guys just see everybody, like, just the names of all the victims that they had. So many people. John Butcher, Deputy Moore, Howard Hall, Doyle. It's just so many. So many. And these are just ones that I was able to confirm. There was probably more that either weren't documented or that I didn't find, honestly. Yo, welcome in, Nico. How's it going? How have you been? Hope everything's well. Wrap up time. All right. Now, I will say that there are a couple of things that Bonnie ended up writing because she was really into writing, right? She wrote the story of Suicide Sal and The Trail's End. There's probably more photographs of the abandoned hideout out there if you guys are interested. But yeah. And at the end of it all, after everything, Roy, if you remember, Bonnie's husband, went on as to being said, well, quoted at being said, "I'm glad they jumped out like they did. It's much better than being caught." So there you go. There you have it. My presentation. Bonnie and Clyde. So what do you guys think? How are we feeling about it? I can turn my wings and stuff back on now. Oh, hold on. I need to exit my slideshow. Get all that out of the way. Because, oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, is this something that you guys really enjoyed and would like to see more of? Because if so, I have others. Not necessarily that I'm going to do today, but I could make this into a series. I've been thinking about it, but I wanted to test the waters of it first, you know what I mean? Heck yeah, more true crime. All right, cool. Because I have some already done. I have some for Jack the Ripper, Harold Shipman, and the Zodiac Killer. And I also have some that I've been meaning to get to, but I haven't. Because I didn't want to make too many, and then people not really like it. And then it just ended up being a thing that I just have a bunch of random presentations that I don't use for anything. But if you guys are interested, if you guys are into it, then let's go. All right. I could have swore I just saw somebody walk past my door. Anyway. Let's see if we can find... Because I want to do some, like, body cam videos now. Let's see if I can find Bodycam Vids over on the YouTubes. Because I don't want to go into gaming, but I also don't want to end it here either, because it's only been like, oh, it's been 3 hours. Jesus Christ. I didn't realize that was so long. Like, I knew it was a 300, not 300, I knew it was a 30-page thing, but damn, bro. Fuck. Release body cams. Midway safety's usually pretty solid. Usually a pretty solid one. Shoosh. Let's see. We have a good one. Let's see a good one. I'm sorry, when the suspect tries arresting the cop... Hold on, I got you, bro. I got you, fam. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to turn the display capture off. Thank you. Now I need window capture. Not of that, but, you know, that works, I guess. Momentary streamception, exactly. Like, oh no. You guys got to see my OBS and shit. Whatever shall I do? I might need a... There we go. I'm probably in the way, to be fair. There we go. Ready? I think I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready.
November 1st, 2024, a patrolling officer observed a vehicle traveling behind her, recklessly cutting in and out of traffic. The vehicle seemed to be following the officer, as the car would switch lanes every time the officer switched lanes. The vehicle then went around the patrolling officer and cut the officer off and slammed on the brakes. The officer then activated her lights and initiated a traffic stop.
I'm sorry.
Is that this suspect has recently posted on social media, putting a bounty on law enforcement for their arrest and even their lives.
What? Is that a gun? Sir?
Stay in your car. Stay in your car.
Do Mr. Pancake. I will. I will. Bro! Bro! Why are you trying to arrest a police officer? What are you doing, sir? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why are you stopped in the middle of the road? I'm trying to get you to pull over. You wouldn't listen. You cannot stop in the middle of the road.
Bro!
Okay, roll the window down. Give me your driver's license.
What did he think was going to happen there? I'm sorry. You can't try to pull over a police officer and then expect nothing to happen to you. What are you talking about, sir?
744. You just fled my stop. I'm not gonna pursue. 10-8.
What do you mean you're not gonna pursue?
The next day, the suspect was
Ma'am?
for his behavior during this incident.
Yeah, that's fair.
Arrive at his home to arrest him.
did nothing wrong. Is it bad that I just kind of realized that I got to the squeaky tone that she did? I just had a moment of realization, like, oh shit, man, is that what I sound like when I get to that kind of a squeaky tone? Bro. Cross processing. Dead. Hell yeah, body cam footage. Had a call. Had a work call, but I'm back. Nice. Welcome back. We finished Bonnie and Clyde. So now we're chilling out with body cam videos. Can you not hear the audio? Wait. Can you not hear the audio?
Oh no, I want a lawyer right now. I want a lawyer right now.
There's audio. I thought there was audio.
I want a lawyer.
Bro, do you have me muted? Bro.
You're gonna take me to McHenry Lake County. I know. I want my lawyer. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry, okay, hon? I love you too. Do you need any phone numbers, or do you have your phone?
Actually, to be fair, while this is playing,
No, I don't need no phone number. No, I'll ask for
you don't want your. What? Okay.
Right now, I want an attorney.
Okay.
What?
Anything from the house though, or anything to leave here?
No.
I'm sorry. What? No, 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 stop. Did he say he'll ask for an attorney in front of a judge, and then he's like, yo, I just want an attorney. What the hell, bro? Wait, what do you mean? There was audio. My dude. There was 100% audio. What are you talking about, my man? I turned it up a little bit. Sure. But, like, there was audio. Am I being gaslit right now? Like, what? I feel like I'm being gaslit right now. What the hell? Hold on, I'm trying to, like... Yeah. No. That one. Okay, okay, okay. There was totally audio, could just hear fine. I mean, I'm being gaslit by my community.
This will not keep me quiet.
All right, we're gonna go to the front of the car.
That's fine.
Okay.
I love you too. You're just mad because I was arresting them for cover up.
What? What are you talking about, sir? What are you talking about?
To kill the next president of the United States, Mr. Wallet.
What?
They're trying to keep me quiet. November is next.
You're getting one guy in chat. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I was. Thank you. I fixed it. I think I fixed it anyway.
Make sure Congress is notified.
Thank you.
I'm all right, folks. God bless you guys. God bless America. And when this comes out, the truth will be known on the chief of police on Fox Lake and everyone else who's involved. Goodbye, everyone.
I'm worried about this man. Is this man okay?
It's okay, honey. Love ya. Love you.
Thanks for coming out without a problem, man. We appreciate that.
Lawyer.
What? Lawyer? That's all you...
Dirty money you're getting paid off.
What are you talking about?
This out. You know you're gonna be looked at, don't you? You and your chief and everybody else trying to kill people. Yeah, that's what I thought. You better keep quiet. You think you guys will get away with this? I hope this is being recorded in here. And you guys will be
I'm so fucking confused, bro.
You guys will be caught.
This man needs
Everybody down.
help.
It's corrupted. Don't you want to talk? What do you have to hide, officer?
You were just telling.
Cops like you.
You were just telling everybody you didn't want to talk without a lawyer, my son. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you were just telling everybody you wanted a lawyer.
Down, just like Kelly, Robin, the representative.
I'm concerned about this man and his mental capacity, bro.
The two McHenry County judges, just like the prosecutors out of the McHenry County courthouse, who framed Michelle Leader. You heard about that, didn't you, officer? No, you're shaking your head no. Why don't
I'm
you
so
wanna talk
confused.
about it, officer? Yeah, you do. You investigate people, don't you? All right then. Talk. Kidnapped her. You know who she is. My fiance. Of course you do. Don't act stupid. And raping her. You know about that. Detective Christopher Murphy. Detective Rick Tinsley.
I'm sorry.
You know about them. You know how everybody covered up for them. And they murdered her father. Come on, you know that. Talk about it, buddy. Yeah, that's right. Smile, laugh about it, think it's funny. When everybody goes to jail for murder.
Oh, my dude.
The one that's laughing. You should be happy I'm taking down corruption. But you're a dirty cop, you don't care. The American people will. They're gonna find out the truth.
My man, please get him some help. My dude needs help. Why did I have a thought that he was just going to purposefully smack his head off of the thing to try and make it so that, oh, they're beating me, bro.
The name of this suspect is Eric Wallach, and he's from McHenry, Illinois.
Okay.
He was a 2024 presidential candidate. Just days before the incident he had with the officer on the highway, he posted a disturbing message on social media. In his post, he mentioned putting warrants out for Illinois police officers for attempted murder, breaking and entering, and assault with a deadly weapon on his girlfriend, Michelle Leader, who he called the next First Lady, and himself. There is
The next first lady?
reputable documentation of this ever happening to him or Michelle. Wallach went on
What?
to state that if the officers do not turn themselves in, he will bring them in dead or alive, essentially making a threat on their lives. He offered $2 to $5 million for the law enforcement officers. However, he never seemed to even mention the names of these officers that allegedly committed these crimes. He said that he hopes the officers want to have a shootout because that's when they will end up dead.
What?
Guns on a presidential candidate. He finished his statement by saying he, the next president of the United States, will be laughing at the dead law enforcement officers that are laying on the ground.
Somebody please get this man help. Please get this man help.
Charged with aggravated assault on a peace officer, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, reckless driving, and fleeing, eluding. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. While Eric's reckless driving didn't prompt a vehicle pursuit, this next suspect is chased by an entire city of...
I mean, to be fair, looking back at it, that bus is probably the reason why she didn't go after him. She probably didn't want him acting all sorts of crazy with the bus around. And that makes sense.
Vehicle pursuit. This next suspect is chased by an entire city of officers after he attempted to hit an officer with his car.
Oh, yeah. I like that guy's tat, man. Where did you get your ink, bro? I want to get some ink on my arms, man. I want like a shield on one arm and like a
While the suspect
hammer on the other.
still manages to direct the vehicle
Like a
back
war hammer, you know what I mean?
heading right towards
Yeah, on the forearms. Nice Nordic style, you know what I mean?
Someone get behind him. He's running. He's gonna run.
Oh, bitch, that was... Oh god, oh god, oh god. Is he holding onto the camera so it doesn't fall? Oh no, he's trying to get his taser. Got you. Oh, bro.
Hey, slow down. Slow down.
I'm so,
Ready?
bro.
Ready? Roll. Hey, my right. Hold on. Go this way. Hey, my right leg.
The middle of the forearm isn't too bad. Only parts of the lower arm that hurt is, I mean, to be fair, I got a nice big one on my chest. So I feel like if I could get one there, it's fine. When I told my artist that I was getting a tattoo on my chest and where I was getting it at, he was like, girl, do you have any other tattoos anywhere else? I'm like, nah, this is my first one, bro. And he's like, girl, are you sure that's where you want to get your first tattoo? Like, yes. Yo, Tiny, what's up? Welcome in. He fucked up. I know. Thank you for the follow, by the way, my man. I appreciate you. Fuck. No, Spooky! To be fair, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't. I also have a high pain tolerance, but, you know, not too bad. Bro, you tried to run over a whole ass human being. What do you mean? Jesus fucking... Jack, you scared the shit out of me. Yo. We're gonna find Mr. Pancake after this one, because that one's a good one. That's a good one. I think it's also by this this person as well. How's True Crime? It's going pretty good, actually, to be fair. I'm liking it. The presentation went well. Took 3 hours. I was not expecting the Bonnie and Clyde presentation to go for 3 hours, bro. That was a long one. Like, we'll be watching the vid later, don't worry. I'm probably gonna end up cutting it, at least. That way it's only the presentation and not just the body crap, you know what I mean? I'm gonna end up putting like a listen to while doing other shit playlist. To me doing like my true crime presentations or probably reading like Am I the Asshole stuff or whatever.
Of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, fleeing or attempting to elude a law enforcement officer, and resisting an officer with violence. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Damn, bro. Yo! Ain't no shot. Ain't no shot. YouTube's like, hey, you like true crime. Why don't you watch this bitch? What the fuck, YouTube? What's up, cat? Welcome in. We're trying to hold on. Mr. Pancake. Bodycam. This one? I think it's Ewu. I think I need Ewu. Alright, Ewu. We're coming.
Please don't tell me you put a gerbil somewhere else. Oh God, there is a gerbil. For your safety, is there a gerbil inside you?
I can't, bro. In the name of the law, Mr. Pancake, get on the ground. Where have you put the gerbils? Oh, I can't, bro. I can't.
Early morning hours hours of July 9th, 2024, officers from the Columbus Division of Police in Hilliard, Ohio are called to action when alarms trigger in several local businesses, reporting break-ins. As they race to the scene searching for the suspect, officers are oblivious to the strange chain of events about to unfold, culminating in an unexpected animal rescue mission.
By the way, we love Ewu body cams up in here, bro.
Request this body camera video.
At the crack of dawn on a July morning, a man out walking his dog calls 911 after hearing alarms and witnessing a break-in at a nearby construction company in Hilliard, Ohio.
There's someone in the back. They're breaking in something.
How many people are out there?
I don't see anything, but I hear them plain as daylight.
Even though the caller can hear the
Okay.
echoing across the street, he offers no clue as to who might be doing this or how many people may be involved.
I just hear a whole bunch of banging, like boom, boom.
All right, we'll get someone out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Just as emergency dispatch notifies the officers, another call comes in minutes later. This time, the caller is the general manager of Roosters.
So, quick question. We used to have a Roosters near me. Long ass time ago. They shut down. I'm assuming this isn't the same place because it doesn't look the same. I need to know if Roosters is the same thing as Hooters, but with men in Speedos. Please tell me. I need to. Please. I've never been in a Roosters, but I need to know this information. Ain't ever heard of it. Damn, bro. Whoever makes these body cam videos public, or are they allowed to do that? I think they're allowed to do it after the body cam footage is X amount of time old. I don't know how old this one is. I haven't seen like a date or anything on like the whatever. But in the US, anything like this is public. Like even our like trials and stuff are public knowledge. Like you can look up anything you want. You can look up like court records just publicly. It's public knowledge. It said 2024 earlier. I think that's when the video came out, but I don't know if that's when the body cam footage came out or like when it was recorded. Yeah, that makes sense once the crime/case is wrapped up. Makes sense, makes sense.
Even though officers are unsure about the substance, it seems that the suspect may have used the rock to break into the restaurant.
Yeah, that makes sense. It'd be dried, but it looks like blood. Yeah, I'd say it is fresh.
With a probability of blood at the crime scene, officers try to find its source, completely unaware of a brewing disturbance developing rapidly at a nearby business.
Oh dear.
I'll go see if I can figure out the answer to this.
As the officers regroup at the parking lot, one of them shares vital information of a potential suspect from a sighting he had earlier.
I saw him over by like Westchester walking on the side of the road. He literally looks like a...
That is insane compared to Europe. A lot of stuff in private, even filming in public, isn't allowed unless you got the license / approval for authorities. Nah, you can film in public here. Like you can film in public because there's no expectation of privacy whenever you're out in public. So here you can film in public, it's fine. Nobody, like, people kind of care about it, but like the law won't. So you can film in public, trials are public, this body cam stuff is public domain. I'm pretty sure that they just grab body cam stuff and voice over it, edit it and stuff. I think that's what they do.
The description of the suspect matches the one that Rooster's manager had shared earlier. As officers
Ain't no shot it's with the leopard print onesie, bro.
That escalates this situation into the realm of the bizarre.
I want a leopard print onesie. Maybe not leopard print, but like I want a onesie. That sounds comfortable as fuck. I want to feel like a burrito.
At Petland, placed closer to roosters in the same shopping center, an officer reports seeing dogs in the parking lot. As officers race over to the store, they encounter a bewildering scene of chaos.
Oh yeah, Bobby. Oh no. Is that like a gigantic hamster picture in the window? That hamster looks like 10 times the size of a normal hamster, bro.
The address is 5253 Hilliard Run Road, and if we can work on a key holder, the whole pet lands out in the parking lot.
As dozens of animals and birds wander around the parking lot, officers are overwhelmed by the mayhem on a morning destined to grow even more outlandish.
There's about 20 exotic birds, a couple bunnies, and a couple dogs running around the park.
Bobby. Oh, look at him. He's so scared. Poor Bobby. Oh no, poor Bobby.
Brother, sister, whatever it is. You guys are siblings.
Well, those puppies are in cages, so he had to have been in the back messing with it.
Oh.
Just knock that glass. Say, we got...
Oh, this is Columbus. Nowhere near me then. In England, you can film in public with a phone, but with bigger than that, the film crew would require filming permission for... See, I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure about, like, film crews and shit. They might need to get a permit for that one. I'm not 100% sure here. That's a little bit out of my scope of knowledge. Also, can you imagine, right, being a police officer, middle of the night, and you get a call, and you're like, yo, we need backup over at Petland. And you're like, yo, okay, I'm on my way. What do you need? Like, what's going on? What's the situation? It's like, yo, we need you to come help gather all of these puppies and bunnies and shit that's running around. Like, bro, what the fuck happened?
See any keys? Yeah. Maybe it's like...
I want those puppies, by the way. I want to take them home with me. Want to take them home with me.
Finding them will result in one of the evening's most shocking moments.
Birdie!
In the meantime, police will have to catch over a dozen biting birds with
oh no. This is why I love you. I can't. I'm sorry, sir, but you can't be. You can't be. Oh, he's making it sound like they're fighting a war against the bird invaders. Like, we gotta capture all these biting birds. Steal your nerves, brothers, as we catch these birds.
You got blood all over you, buddy. Come on. I don't know if you're gonna bite or what.
Well, just grab him. He's gonna bite you no matter what, bro. Just grab him. Just grab that bitch. Grab him!
As officers turn their attention back to the chain of events that led to this inexplicable situation full of wandering animals, they find an answer to an earlier mystery.
All right, so question is so he came out, because he's leaking pretty good in there. Did he hit up there? Well, he had to have hit up Roosters, because that's how the rock got bloody. I don't see blood anywhere else. And it doesn't make sense that he would have blood on a rock before he threw it through the window.
But
And we never got an alarm from here, right? Right. So he hit this place first, then hit Roosters, because that's a lot more here. But he could have wrapped it up in the meantime. I know.
As officers look for evidence to nab the
sure that this body cam isn't from Australia. I still can't get over the fact that they actually had a war with an ostrich, with ostriches, and fucking bro.
The general manager, they review the footage from the TV cameras to confirm if the
Fucking emus, man. Emus are bitches.
in the security footage.
I had a relative who had an emu, and he was a little shithead.
That's it, 'cause I recommend that thing tied around his neck. It's pink, you saw him earlier? Sure, yeah. Yep, we know him.
Officers finally have the breakthrough they'd been looking for. Having identified the one person responsible for the incomprehensible bedlam this morning,
Not the bedlam.
the information to dispatch, who further confirms their doubts.
154, that's our known suspect from a run earlier. The Matthew Pancakes.
Love Kevin the emu. Kevin! Oh, I get smacked with a garbage can. He's a little shithead. I fucking love Kevin. He deserves those smacks, to be fair. He deserves those smacks.
Matthew Pancake.
Little shithead.
A year earlier, on June 1st, 2023,
Chaos Goblin.
36 months of community control for breaking and entering. Even after being charged with possession of substance, failing to report for community control, and testing positive for substances, he was reinstated to community control on March 7th, 2024, only 4 months before this incident. While officers inch closer to finding Matthew Pancake,
I'm sorry. Did he change his name to Pancake, or was that just his very unfortunate birth-given name? If my last name was Pancake, I'd be doing some weird-ass shit, too.
they follow his line of vandalism.
Like, what the fuck, bro?
A business located approximately half a mile south of Petland.
We are talking about Mr. Pancake.
We're good if you want to keep going south.
I hit that corner, I was like, why is there all these shoes and stuff on the corner of all these? He broke it.
No, there's blood there too.
Yeah, I think this was after the fact, though.
Well, at least,
He has to head south.
yeah.
Dude is a menace to the pets. I know! He's a menace just to everywhere.
Broken glass and ransacked merchandise.
Bro broke into Roosters. Broke into the pet store. Broke into the Foot Locker. Like, bro.
This is proof to Matthew's whereabouts nearby.
Well, he's not in here. I literally, I'm gonna go down here and check behind the strip mall, and I saw a fake thing of shoes. Yeah. What the hell is going on? And I drove down. Oh yeah, he broke in the fence store.
Is there anything I see down there by the cart?
Yeah, he threw
What?
down there. And
Is he just
There is still some
stripping on the, or is those shoes that he stole that he's just kind of yeeted onto the ground for no apparent reason? What is that?
Searching southbound, a witness finally shares information they've been desperately waiting for.
He definitely is moving southbound, so he's
Is this one where they find him sleeping with it? Yes. Yes, it is.
oh, well, I'd say there was 2 dogs, a bunny, chinchilla, a bunch of birds.
I talked to over here at the gas station. She's like, yeah, he had gerbils all down his pants.
I'm sorry.
Once with gerbils stuffed inside his pants is anyone's guess, but officers are about to find out soon with a new break in the case.
And where are you, ma'am?
I'm in the parking lot of Big Lots. Have you heard about the guy who broke into Petland?
Yes.
I'm looking right at him. He's asleep on a bench.
The Big Lots is
Bro.
approximately 3/4 of a mile north of Petland.
Bro wandered far, to be fair.
Officers were barking up the wrong tree, following Matthew's trail in the opposite direction.
Yeah, like he it looks like he went
Were barking up the wrong tree, following Matthew's trail.
they went famous footwear, Petland, Roosters, Big Lots.
Opposite direction.
Yeah, it looks like he also tried to break into the smokehouse, like, bait shop. The glass is shattered and there's a rock.
No, I think the footwear was first.
Long last, authorities have located the perpetrator, but they have to act fast before he awakes and commits more acts of
I know, right? He made ground, and he was bleeding a fair bit from all the broken windows as well.
He's still laying there.
The suspect is sleeping on the bench. He's in a leopard print onesie.
South of Roberts. Wait. Roberts down there, right?
You're going the wrong way, bro. Turn around.
Yeah. Wait. There's Nike Drive. No, it's north. Turn around.
After a fruitless
I would be that police officer. I would be the police officer who has no idea where anything is. But confidently giving you the right direction.
wild goose chase leading south, officers who are unfamiliar with the area frantically search for the Big Lots.
That's Renner. This is
Bro.
Cut it. Go.
Go.
Wait, where are we at? I made a game time call. What is this road? I don't know what this road is. Big Lots was there. Big Lots is there. Cut right.
Bro.
I mean, we're at Big Lots, right? Yeah. Oh, where? Damn it, Ian.
God damn it, Ian. Ian, you had one job. Navigation. Navigation was your one job, Ian. What the fuck, bro? Get shit together.
Okay. I'll glove off.
I fucking love this so much.
I'm good.
Moments later,
Mr. Pancake's just hard chilling. He's sleeping like a baby.
Matthew and attempt to put an end to this night of havoc.
I got second hands. Yeah, I got
Or just standing there staring at him. He don't even know. He don't realize. He out, bro.
Mr. Pancake, you're under arrest.
Don't move.
Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
Bro, did you have to be so violent with that? Like, bro, if I got woken up with people grabbing hold of me, screaming, Mr. Pancake, get on the ground, I'd be like confused as fuck as well. I'd be like, bitch, get your hands off me. What the hell's going on? Not to mention the amount of drugs this man is probably on at this point.
Get on your belly, Mr. Pancake.
Speaking of chaos deity, chaos deity that gave them the name of the month.
I got one for you.
Oh my god, a cat, bro. Oh.
After subduing him, officers noticed copious amounts of blood leaking from Matthew's wounded hands. But this
Yeah,
is
bro, broke open like
evidence they're about
3
to uncover.
windows.
Knew we'd find him. Good job, Mr. Pancakes. Knew we'd find him eventually. Where are the gerbils?
Alright. In case nobody mentioned it already, you're under arrest. I think we did like 7 times. But go ahead and roll them on side.
You got clothes on under this?
Oh.
Pink slash white.
They said he was taking him for arson.
Oh, there's something in this.
Yeah, what am I even arrested for?
This is bullshit. Bro, you literally broke into like 3 separate stores. What do you mean this is bullshit? Exactly.
Weak excuses for the cuts. Officers are closer to confirming what the witness had reported.
Right.
5439 Roberts for a copy. And is it okay for the medics to go in? I told him it was.
Wait.
Is it glass?
Dog collar.
Dog collar. Alright. Kinky.
Criminal damaging.
As the word go to your room, you're fucking grounded. What the fuck was that?
Animal abuse.
Turbo! Look at him! Look at him, he's so cute. Gerbil!
Covered.
Astonishingly, 2 live gerbils are recovered from Matthew's pants.
Look at him. Look at that little smug little shit face. Look at him. Especially this one right here. Hold on, my model is hiding the other one. The one that you can see, such a little smug little shit face. Like, it's like he orchestrated the heist. Like, damn, man. That's right. That was my heist. I was getting out of here. I was breaking out, man. It all would have went fine if Mr. Pancakes hadn't took a nap at Big Lots parking lot.
And against all odds, they appear to be unharmed.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Have any more pets? You have any more gerbils on you?
Please don't tell me you put a gerbil somewhere else.
Get the gerbils. Save the gerbils.
Grab my shears and cut further up that pant leg.
Without a doubt, hunting for gerbils inside Matthew is the last thing any of these officers want to do.
I mean,
Probably this one because there's in there too. I don't do rats. Mice. I don't.
it's Gerbil. Is he so? You be nice to him.
Breaking and entering.
We told you multiple times. Blood all over you, and you have
And
merchandise
glass and gerbils.
and gerbils that you stole and abused.
You know what you gotta do.
Gerbil recovery.
The situation immediately moves from shocking to hilarious as officers struggle to secure the gerbils.
There's not. I think there's only the 2 that was in his pant leg.
I've been traumatized enough.
Oh my god.
I mean, the shit.
Oh, these are some birds. You want me?
These officers are having way too much fun, bro.
Let's check. Make sure when we stand him up, we check him real careful for more gerbils in it.
Way too much fun.
Lots of glass falling out.
LT, we got the I'm sorry, LT. We got the gerbils.
We got the gerbils. We have the gerbils. Gerbils confirmed.
This is the greatest run ever.
Matthew offers no explanation for his actions and is taken into custody.
It's gonna, I don't know, we're going to take a picture of him and take him back to the pet store?
What the dog doing?
So we found something.
Oh, it was in his.
He had all that litter and stuff shoved in.
Living in his pant leg. They were desperately trying to escape his pant leg. They were not living there by any means.
Amid a surreal situation involving property destruction, bleeding wounds, and stolen gerbils, officers pause a moment to document this unforgettable night.
No, we can't.
Can you imagine the stories that these officers have to, like, tell people? I hope. I would love if they were able to take these little guys over to the police station. And they're just like the police station mascots from now on. That would be amazing.
Are we gonna take him back to PetSmart? We're gonna transport him to PetSmart.
trying to get away. Does somebody have a paper bag?
You put them in the paper bag. They're not a sandwich. Going home that night to the family with a "you won't believe the day I've had."
What was the contributing factor? The escape gerbil.
4-minute ride back.
What do you mean? Don't put him in the... He's not your lunch for tomorrow, sir. What are you putting him in the bag for?
From,
Chewing their way out.
those are my good stuff, too.
Yeah. Ooh, I can feel them.
Oh my god.
They come up with a cooperation name for this. And we put on my resume that I led Operation.
Operation Gerbil Bandit. Oh, I would love to put on that's an amazing. He needs to put that on his resume that he headed up Gerbil Bandit Rescue, bro.
Do you have the Sir, ma'am?
We're gonna have a couple of gerbil 500 back to that land.
I copy. Are they okay for them?
Oh, that's so cute. I'm glad that she's so worried about the gerbils. Like, yeah, they're fine. They just have emotional trauma.
You cannot make this up.
Oh my god.
But we drove right past it.
Because we were looking at the people flashing the lights.
Yeah, I was like, where the and we got it.
Miraculously, all of the gerbils survived and were returned safely to Petland. Matthew Pancake, the stylized gerbil bandit, was charged with 3 counts of breaking and entering.
I can't, bro.
He pleaded not guilty. On September 17th, 2024, Matthew entered a plea deal and pleaded guilty to all 3 counts. He was sentenced to 12 months in the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction
Bro.
and asked to pay a fine of up to $2,500.
Oh, he had to be on some shit, bro. He had to have been on some shit. Like, I can't see how he would not be on some shit, bro. I just can't. All right, Ewu. Let's look into some other shit you got going on, my dude. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What do you mean cops discover horrifying reason cats are disappearing? Oh no.
I said because he didn't get his reward money, he killed my cat. You can't kill someone else's animal. He's got other cats that are hanging out on his property. I'm afraid he's gonna kill him.
Oh no.
That particular cat.
The other ones are more wild. I can't get a hold of them.
Hitler used natural gas to kill people over there.
When an Ohio woman calls to accuse
I'm sorry.
her emotional support animal, police have no idea what they're getting into at the scene.
I think I'm gonna skip this one too. Holy shit. Nope. 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 Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh my god, that was just all censored. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. All right, evil principal.
There's a security camera in that room. Caught everything on camera. Clyde? Oh no, ma'am. He's going to jail tonight.
Police
Oh no.
a small private school in Ocala, Florida, after the principal is accused of trapping a 5th grade student in a room and assaulting him for nearly an hour. The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before.
This is why we need cameras in rooms. Oh my god.
Crime are presumed innocent unless and
Maybe some Karen, but yeah. Bodycam Karen videos. Here we go. Here's one.
This is what I do for a living.
Real mad.
Okay, you can get as mad as you want to, okay?
Oh my god. Karen.
I hope every single one of you guys gets cancer of the epidermis.
It's 4 a.m. and
Why the epidermis specifically? What?
is about to turn her early morning.
What if I get what about dermis cancer? Like what?
Hold your breath. Okay,
I'm getting real mad.
this is what I do.
Okay.
I'm getting real mad.
Okay, you can get as mad as you want.
You get mad, honey. It's okay. You're allowed to have emotions.
It doesn't seem fair, but what I'm telling you is at 10 o'clock in the morning, when you're trying to leave, the cars that are blocking you are not here for vixens. They're not open.
They were here. That's why they
How
were
do you know
here.
that Porsche was related to vixens?
Because I saw it pull. It was pulled in there the night when I came home.
So how did you get in there if it was here?
Okay, so if a Porsche, if I park right there and a red
Mm.
here behind me, that came in before me, it blocked me in after I came home and walked and got dinner with my friends and walked home.
Mm.
I understand that.
I live here.
Oh, honey, boo boo.
I live here. I have to get out and in.
Police identify the woman seen here as 26-year-old Michelle Jackson, who called police over a parking spot. But soon enough, that spot will be the least of her worries.
Wait. So she called the police on the person parking.
No, what would I want to arrest you for?
Girl, what are you getting all up in personal with him for? Like,
You're going to jail for DUI. We're done.
if I can see nothing but your chest
My name is Have a nice day.
in his... Oh, girl, you don't do that. You don't do that.
Do you understand? Do you want to go to jail? You're not getting it.
Name.
You're leaving.
Name.
You're leaving.
Your name.
You are leaving.
Officer.
You're not getting it.
I'm sorry, that tone she got, though, that was a yes, mother tone.
Your name.
Don't reach for anything
You
in
are
your pocket.
touching me?
Yeah, because you know what? Turn around.
Help!
Put your hands behind your back.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Stop. Put your hands behind your back.
Girl! All you had to do was let him leave. All you had to do was let him leave, girl.
Turn over on your stomach.
He was getting in the car. He was getting in the car. All you had to do was let him go. But no, you just had to grab him. You assaulted an officer, ma'am, and now you're screaming on the ground because consequences have hit you.
Turn over on your stomach.
I know, right? Like she's getting murdered.
Don't move.
I won't because everything that you just saw was
Oh my god.
send me to jail.
I have
I'm
my
gonna
body
sue you.
cam on.
I'm
Everything.
gonna sue. Good.
Good luck.
Good. I'm gonna sue you.
Good luck.
What's your name?
It'll be on
Say
your
your name.
It'll be on your
Say
arrest
your
affidavit.
name.
The way she is demanding his name. Like she's some kind of a fae who's about to rain absolute terror on his whole entire bloodline for this inconvenience that he has brought into hers. Like, what the fuck?
Say your name.
Stay right there.
Say your name.
Don't move.
All right, fine.
Girl, chill. Chill.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Stay right here.
Name and badge number. Name and badge number.
Like, you don't tell the fae your name, man.
It'll be on my arrest affidavit.
Names are power. You know somebody's real name, you have power over them.
Reach for anything.
That's why.
Sure about that?
Pretty sure.
You're going to jail for force.
Stop moving.
What?
For force.
For force. Ma'am? What are you talking about?
Stop moving. Stop moving.
Girl. Girl. I can't tell with the shadows, but I don't think he does have his knee on her. There ain't no way she could be moving around the way she is if her... Look, bro. Do you know how they used to treat hysteria back in the day? Because that was an interesting... That was an interesting medical thing to go in for. You used to be able to go into the doctor and be like, yo, I have hysteria. Doc, I need you to treat me. No. You would go into the doctor and be like, yo, doc, I have hysteria. And they would bring you the most handsome doctor they could. And they would help you out. Exactly. To be fair, I'm pretty sure that's how dildos were created. They were created as a cure for hysteria. Girl. My God, girl. Chill. You don't you don't have to be as in you don't have to be as crazy as you are, girl. Chill. What do you mean no reason? Girl, you are flashing, you are flailing about like a fish out of water, and you're telling me that it, no, girl, chill. What threat? What threat? You're in custody.
I'm glad you're a strong man. I hope that you feel strong.
Stop moving.
Girl.
Arrives as this simple traffic complaint went from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye.
You're a tiny ass mother. Okay, I got it. Oh yeah, put all your weight on me, why don't you? Because that's all you have. No strength, all weight.
No idea. She lost it. Okay, put you on like here to the side. Come on, we're gonna put you on the side, alright? Just stay down. Just bring your knees up.
This could have been avoided if she just let him leave. I know. Girl, he just wanted to leave. You called them. You called them because you wanted a parking spot. And then he was gonna leave. What are you talking? I feel gaslit right now. I'm not even this officer and I feel gaslit right now. Girl. Bro, you did. What? I feel so gaslit right now. Girl.
He got overturned by me being a big girl.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's fine. Hold on. She's not double locked. Let me get her double locked. I need badge numbers. Badge numbers. Stop. Richard, what? Stop. Badge numbers. Name numbers. I don't give a... What you're doing to me is unreal.
I mean, it's definitely real. Also, electric shocks is what I know, right? Didn't they come out with like an electric dildo for that? Like, isn't that how the first battery powered dildo came to be? Like, it was like a dildo, but it would like electrically shock you in places for like a cure for hysteria. Oh. How did we get on the hysteria conversation anyway? I blame Kat. Kat, are you the reason why we got into the conversation on hysteria? Is that what happened?
Because he attacked me. I'm going to jail.
You attacked him, girl. You attacked him. Girl. Maybe later.
Moments later, one officer fills us in on what allegedly happened.
Look, bro. The amount of women who are so comfortable putting their hands on people and expecting nothing to happen to them is surreal, and I can't.
Still rolling. It's a parking violation. She's going on. She's the one that called about. She's the one that called. She lives here. She says,
Oh no. Was she being like, "Oh, you got a nice voice"? One of those. Jeez. Especially with a work call. That's crazy. The work call is crazy. Is she like a customer, or is she somebody you work for? Like, is she like an employee? Employer? Co-worker? Like, it's crazy. That's so crazy.
Michelle makes another appearance.
"Hey, sir." Yeah. I didn't know if I had the crowd, and it knocked my earpiece out of my ear. That's why I couldn't hear everybody. I came here just like I am now. She's here talking about can't park here because she's blocked. I said, no, it's not blocked. The guy from Vixen's walks over. She's complaining that, okay, when I leave at 10 o'clock in the morning, I can't move because the Vixen's people are here. I tried several times to tell her, ma'am, if it's
I do tech support internally, so it's an employee from a branch location somewhere in the... Damn, bro. That's crazy. Flirting with your IT guy. What the hell? I mean, to be fair, IT people make a good amount of money. But consent is a thing. There's a time and a place, my lady. There's a time and a place.
The spot is empty now. You'll be able to get out. She's like, no. She's losing her mind back there again. So finally, she's real close.
Next time they're creepy, try Bester Mickey points and tell them the fuck off.
You're not blocked. We're done. She's like, arrest me. I said, I'm not going to arrest you. I'm leaving. What's your name and your badge number? I said, I'm leaving. Back away. I go to get in my car. She grabbed me from behind. So I turn around, push her against that sign. She keeps reaching down by her bag. I grab her bag.
I wish I made a good amount of money. A good IT job is hard to find because that's fair. That's fair, honestly. A lot of good paying markets are getting oversaturated, so that makes sense. Of course, I'm not really like, it's still got the thing of, hey, they make good money.
Okay, you're going to jail. So that was the gist of it. I have no idea how that went from a parking violation to that. No injuries on me.
Yeah, that's what I'm obviously most concerned about.
No, none at all. Yeah, she lives here.
Bro.
She's still listed as, but she says she lives here, and that's why she parks here. So that went from 0 to 100.
So quick. My lady's obviously drunk as fuck. Drunk as fuck. And needs to, like, she's one of those that needs to lay off the booze. Because she cannot regulate on booze, man. So, I mean, battery, depending on the dock. Yeah, yep. She should know. She should not. I think she was already parked, is the thing. I think she was already parked. But she was calling to complain about one of her neighbors blocking her in and not being able to move whenever she goes to work in the morning or something. But I'm pretty sure she probably was drunk when she got there. But anyway, nobody should be drinking and driving now. She is absolutely hammered. You were smashed, ma'am. Absolutely smashed. You did, ma'am. There's body cam footage, bro.
I didn't put them in the front. They weren't in front. She slipped them.
Well, let's fix that. Okay. Take her out to jail.
She's gonna want to fight me.
All right. We're gonna be taking you out of the car to put your handcuffs behind your back again. Okay? If you decide to resist again, it's gonna work out poorly for you, I promise.
Every single badge number, every single name.
You'll have all of it. They'll all be on your arrest
Every
affidavit.
single
So go ahead and step out of the car and turn around
That's
against
fine.
the car.
Every single name, every single badge number that's listed on this. The officer.
I love the very firm wise her hands in the front.
Yeah, absolutely.
While officers prepare to get Michelle on her way to jail, she shares some
Damn it, Michelle.
kind words for officers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Damn it, Michelle. You had one job. Just let him leave. That's all you had to do. Just let him leave. You would have been in home, drinking some more margaritas, passing out on the couch by now.
You're gonna have an additional charge. Do not move your handcuffs to the front again.
I will also like charge you to the full extent of the law. Like nothing wrong. If I can put you in jail, I'm gonna put you in jail for the rest of your life. You're not gonna be able to. And I hate you, and I know that.
That's fair.
Like you guys are the worst. I'm just trying to go home. What did I do wrong?
You had the chance to go home.
That's what I did wrong. Slam the door in my leg and break it.
I mean, I'm tempted, to be fair. What kind of insult is you're a lollipop? I'm sorry, what? Because I'm sweet? And I'm good to lick? Like, that doesn't sound like an insult. What the fuck are you talking about? Girl! What?
Thanks for looking out for us guys.
Bro.
Really, instructing the justice on the society that it needs, huh? Putting the bad people away, eh? I hope every single one of you guys gets cancer of the epidermis.
Specifically the epidermis cancers. Nothing else, just the epidermis.
Arrives at the jail where she's not exactly
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
Okay, ma'am. We're gonna come out. Let me take off your seatbelt. We're gonna walk through that door that's open over there, okay? So let go of the seatbelt, ma'am. Let go of the seatbelt.
I don't know who the f*** you are, where the f*** I am.
Officer Beerbauer, Key West Police
Aww. Ah, girl.
You refusing to get out? Are you refusing to get out of the vehicle? Okay.
The booze coming off, huh? Booze. She's sobering up quick. She don't remember shit. She don't remember a goddamn thing, bro.